Nigeria, have been looking forward to this 6 p.m. I'm Dr. Olasumbo Zuberi. I'm joining from Ibadan, Nigeria. Esther, I see you have started streaming, so it's okay for me to actually start.
Ma, I've started streaming, ma.
Thank you so much. Where is my screen? Present. This is going to take a moment to load, and we can then. Why is it taking a moment to load? This is taking too long. It's taking too long to load. So I'm going to stop sharing and reload that particular screen. It's taking too long. It shouldn't take that long. Network, please be nice to me today. I don't want you to take this much time. If you're just joining us, don't worry, I'm right here. I'm just trying to sort out a bit of technical issues with my screen sharing. Hopefully it should load in the next 1 or 2 minutes. You can just keep dropping your name while my screen loads. As type in the next 1 minute, it does not, this thing, please just go to the Canva drive and start sharing your own screen, like with my slides, if it doesn't load at my end in the next 1 minute. I'm not certain why I'm having this challenge right now. So Esther, please get ready to share your screen with my slides.
Okay, ma.
Yeah, you can start sharing, in fact, as in just share your screen with my slides. So when mine loads, I can then switch. Other websites are actually loading. I wonder why is this specific. Check my network again. Actually,
Ma, I've started screen sharing.
okay, great. So I'm just going to, as in, can you present, take it to the presentation mode, please? This is no, I need it to take to this presentation mode, Esther. Yeah, no, this is not the presentation mode. Go back, like it should be like, please confirm you're on the iTrain Africa Canva, this thing, so that you can, which Chrome browser are you sharing from?
iTrain Africa, ma.
Yeah, you should see share, yeah, present, just click on present, please. Click on present at the top right-hand corner. Yeah. So I need to go to full screen. Just wait, it's going to load. That's the same thing it's doing on my end. It's taking time to load.
All right, ma.
It's supposed to be a presenter. It's going to come up just right at the base. Just so present in full screen. Yes, click on present in full screen. It's very strange for this thing to be loading on my end. Yes, click on, yes, that purple button, the presents purple button. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, great. So just use your right cursor. Once you hear me say change, just use your right cursor. We'll have to probably manage it. Hopefully when we take the first workshop break, I'll sort what is wrong with mine. Now, welcome to the Remote Workers Masterclass, where we'll be covering how to land your first global remote job. And I'm excited to be here with you today. Of course, I made an introduction of myself. Esther, next slide, but I will do a deeper introduction of myself and the objective of this particular meeting. Esther, next slide, please. So like I mentioned earlier, I said I am Dr. Esther, next slide. Esther, you need to please be fast to vary because we don't have the time to this. That's why I like to control my slides myself. Esther, could you just use the right cursor and go to the next slide? I can't see my next slide. Great. Please be very fast. Once I'm done with the introduction, just change before I actually say next slide, please. Now, like I said, I'm going to do a proper introduction of myself, and this is for the sake of those that do not know me. I typically do not like to go through the slide, but sometimes people ask questions in their mind, like, why should this person be teaching me this particular subject matter or this particular topic? Here is why. I like to refer to myself as a global citizen. I've been to 5 continents. 90% of it is on somebody else's money. What does that mean? By winning global opportunities. I've been winning global opportunities since 2016, so 9 years down the line. There are basically 10 categories of global opportunities, and I have won 9 categories of them. Yeah, from business grants to innovation labs to name it, I've won 9 categories of the 10 that exist. So yeah, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to global opportunities. Now, I've also worked as a design lead at the Natural History Museum of London, which was a remote job. I was sitting there in Nigeria doing that job. I moved on from there to become the global program coordinator, covering 23 global locations on the project called the Global We at Museum for the United Nations, for short UN Life. Have been an academic before then. I've taught at University of Lagos. I have a PhD in chemistry, so I taught chemistry at the university. I have a mini MBA from International Finance Corporation, which is a member of the World Bank Group. I've been a convener, a 2-time convener of the like will I say the biggest impact conference in Africa, which is a global mentorship conference. Across 2 editions, we have 75 speakers from 25 nations. And I think it is in Fellowship, I was a keynote of our first edition. Mrs. Tony Esson in the keynote of our second edition. You can just Google about the global mentorship conference. Now, the one I like to talk about is my mission. I said I'm on a mission to ensure that 10 million Africans, youth, women, and professionals gain clarity, upskill, become globally employable by 2030. And that is why you see me teach a lot around what I know, because I feel like a lot of Africans they are not under-experienced. They are only under-informed and under-positioned. It's one of 2 things. Africans have the experience. They are under-informed or under-positioned. So when you see me teach these things or see I'm on a mission to do this, it is one of the reasons I stepped out of the academic space and I said, why are we teaching people the same thing over and over, and we still keep having that statistics, staggering statistics that 1 in 2 graduates are not going to get a job? Why is that? It is not because we are not teaching them what we think is right, but it is because their eligibility has now shifted in this space, in this today's world. So the question is, what do we need to get the kind of jobs we want? What do we need to get the kind of opportunities we want globally? So next slide, Esther, and that is why I'm here today teaching you. So I always say, if you're asking yourself, as in, why should you listen to me and all that? Look, I'm just going to put some of the places that have been featured in this thing. Why do I say so? I've had calls to talk about this same employability issue everywhere, even the ones I didn't have to pay for. Like, I think I still got featured on channels in February or something. And talking about the same thing, employability. Why are Africans not getting hired internationally and globally? The reasons, when you understand the reason, then you know exactly what to do to ensure that you get your desired opportunities. So please, if you know that you are currently cooking and doing something, I will ask you, if you paid for this workshop to gain clarity, it is because you need that clarity. Do not use your career development time 3 hours to do other things. I always say those things can wait. Please, I beg you, because I always say the fact that you are getting access to something at a very at a token, let me put it that way, does not make the knowledge or the information you're about to get any lesser. Do you understand? And I always tell people that for when people pay me for clarity, for the same clarity per hour, they pay me 215,000 naira. So I always like to put it out there. Like, the fact that you get something at this price does not mean that is the equivalent value of it. It simply means like that is the price it was priced, not because that is the value of it. So please, I beg you, listen for 3 hours. Trust me, drop every other thing, listen. And this is a workshop. You would need to do certain work. If you are in the community, which is a preparatory community, we already delivered a worksheet to you to do some reflection exercises, and we are expecting to use it to help you in this session. So do we have a deal? Next, Esther, move. So now we are going to then be talking about as in what we are going to in this workshop. If by chance, let's say you came to this workshop and you're really asking yourself, is this for me? Should I be here? And all those things. I always say, if you fall into any of these things I'm going to mention, then you should stay here. If not, maybe this workshop is not for you. Now, you are tired of feeling stuck in a career that is no longer serving you for different reasons, which we'll talk about during the course of this masterclass. Now, you've worked for several years only to realize that you are not truly living the life you desire. Now, you are trying to get these jobs, the so-called remote jobs of all the kind of places you can think of, from LinkedIn to Indeed and every other place that's been recommended to you, but it is still not happening. Esther, please, as you see me reading the last line of every of my slides, start to change it, please. As I'm reading the last line, start to change it. I need you to please be fast with this slide changing. Now, the fourth category of people that I say would also need this particular thing are those that, if you know that Esther, I am still on the same slide. Esther, please. This has to be faster than you're actually doing right now. Now, you have been saying it is this year that I would transition and finally get the pay that I deserve for my experience. But this year, like this year has come, like this year is always this year, and it's becoming next year becomes the next year, and things like that. And maybe you say it is 2025, and 2025 Q1 has already gone, but you are still stuck in the hustle mode. Like you are still doing the activities that it doesn't serve the future you. Then you should be here listening to me. Now, you have taken multiple certifications like every other African is doing. When we say, I need to get to the next level, we say, let me go and do a certificate. If that is what you have been doing to get something in the emerging fields, or you have not seen any tangible results, please listen to me. Now, you have paid for multiple revamps of CV, cover letter, LinkedIn profile revamps, but all you have still gotten is 183 people viewed my profile, 100 people viewed my profile kind of stuff. Please stay here and listen to me. You may just be able to spot what exactly you are not doing. Now, what will you learn in this masterclass? I've categorized it into 4 major things. We will learn, of course, how to find the high-paying remote roles that fit your lifestyle. We will learn how to identify the top skills that you need for your specific remote role. We'll also learn how to identify our interests, which you should have done before this workshop. Identify your interests, career paths for clarity and impact, and how to do a gap analysis and skills mapping for your desired remote system. Esther, we need to turn off annotations, please. I think we need to turn off annotations. Somebody is drawing on my distance. Esther, please stop sharing. Let me stop sharing. I need to, I would share my screen now. And I need to turn off annotations. Thank you. As in somebody, yes, have you turned on the annotations so that somebody stops drawing on our screen, please?
I'm on it, ma.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Okay, now we've talked about the things you will learn. Now, what else are you supposed to get alongside with your purchase in this masterclass? Access to templates, which was delivered in the WhatsApp group already. Please, Moina, if there are people that are not in the WhatsApp group, I would like for you to drop the 3 links that was given to people via email and via the WhatsApp group already, again in this masterclass. Why am I saying this? Those things were delivered to you prior to this masterclass because you would need it. I don't want you to leave here and not get clarity on what you need to do next. No, you would need it. You would need it. Please, I beg you. This is a workshop. This is not a webinar. Now, you should have gotten access to the community before now. We have sent several emails to people to join the community so you can get timely information and also get access to the materials. Now, after this thing, as my team typically compiles some opportunities weekly, they will probably send you the one that will compile that open for this coming week, which is about 10 opportunities and thereabout. Now, what is not contained in this workshop, please, this is not a skills training. It is not a do like this kind of, as in click here, click here. It is not a technical walkthrough or a tutorial of a skills usage or how to use a particular tool. It is not a tutorial. It is not a skills training. It is not a coaching program, meaning this is a 6 to 9 class. It is not like, oh, it is a 6 weeks program, 10 weeks kind of program. That is what it is not. I needed to answer this at the beginning because sometimes people confuse programs with master classes that is like a one-time only thing. So please, it is not a skills training, it is not a coaching program. Now, the objective of this master class is for us to gain clarity and have a blueprint on how to get global remote and hybrid job opportunities that can afford us 3 major things: flexibility, profitability, and fulfillment. That is the objective of this. Now that we are clear on all this, what makes me certain that you will gain clarity? You remember the particular interview channels I first mentioned before? I remember that interviewer asking me there, like, why do they call you Clarity King? I said it is because I am blessed with the ability to help people gain clarity. And you must be saying clarity. Is that what I'm talking about? Finding a remote job. Guess what? You will not find that job. You will not get the people reaching out or whatever until you are clear on your messaging and what you need to put out there so that when people see you, they are very certain this is what he or she needs and they give it to you, right? Many people, actually for experienced professionals, are still not getting what they need. I always say it is because you are stuck at the clarity level. So for whatever it is you are trying to do, that you are pushing out on your CV, cover letter, and all those things, you are not clear. Your words are not clear. So the person that's supposed to offer you the opportunity doesn't understand what exactly you are asking for because you are not crystal clear. So one of the things I do for every single program we run at the Skill for Work Academy is there is always a clarity part. And that is why I think this particular incident happened just last week as in May 6th or thereabout. This particular Aziza's own, who took one of our programs in GOP, and she was coming back to my inbox to tell me, Doc, thank you for that clarity. Now I can categorically say this is the kind of opportunities I seek, and every other person is seeing it. Now, let's talk about part 1. So I divided this particular class into 4 parts. Into what? 4 parts. Those 4 parts, we are going to talk about eligibility. We are going to talk about other things. But please take notes. There are 4 major parts I divided this class into so that we can understand it. Like when you are ticking off your checklist today, say, okay, on eligibility, I understand this. The next one, I understand this like that. You will be able to say, this one, why am I saying it? It is, some of you will leave this place and say, oh, I've checked everything I'm supposed to have. Some people say, I don't have anything. That's the whole idea. Because when you know what you have and what you don't have, one thing is certain. When you know what you don't have to get what you want, then you don't go and what? You go and work on what you don't have. And you stop acquiring more of what you have. I have seen too many Africans pay for MBA, pay for this, pay for that, and it is not even part of what they need. They are just acquiring it because uncle, auntie, mommy, daddy has said, oh, go and do an MSc, you'll get better job opportunities. Alas, there are some people that have done MSc in the last 60 years that are still not getting those things that they told them you are going to get. they're going to get. Now, let's move. To get a global remote job, you need to first know, what do I need? What do I need? What do I need? And it's not what I want. I need to make this clear. Eligibility is not about what you want. It is about, what do I need to meet the requirements of that person who is going to offer me. On our ads, I keep people saying, I want, and within my team, I make this joke. I'd always say, in all honesty, if I have to be very frank with you in the global space, nobody cares about what you want. That's just the truth. Nobody cares about what you want. People care about what they need in a person. And that is just the way life is. And it's also the same thing when it comes to a job. So instead of saying, what I want this and I want that, I always say, please let us rephrase it to, do I meet the need of the person who is going to give me? One of the things I first had to get clearly in applications was, what do they need? So that when I know what they need, I can use 1 year to prepare myself to set up what I need or what they need. It is either I meet what they need or I create my own opportunity. So if I need to get them to want me, it's simple. I need to meet their own eligibility. And the moment we are at that point, because I hear people say something like that, Ma, I went to apply on LinkedIn for this remote job and they said it's only a US citizen that can apply. I said, that is an eligibility criteria. There is absolutely nothing you can do about it. It's an eligibility requirement. In global opportunities, and please, I know we are Africans. We are very religious people. And many of us hide under, there is absolutely nothing God cannot do. I understand that totally. But I'm trying to teach you, I have a PhD, meaning I understand methodologies, science. Do you understand? When I say science, science means that I can put 1 and 1 together, it makes 2. I hate to hope in my dictionary is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. I hope it is not a strategy. I like to put things and things like this and say, if I put this and this together, I'm going to achieve this result. Meaning, if I see an employer's employability requirement or eligibility requirement, I like to say, I tick X, 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 I tick Y, 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 I tick 90%, I tick 70%. That is a strategy. That is a more calculated approach to whatever it is you are talking about when it comes to remote. But to say, I hope they will give me. And I say, oh, okay, so what was the eligibility of that particular opportunity? And you are saying, once you start hearing is because most likely they read it. They know clearly that they do not even meet up to 30% of that criteria, but they are saying, I hope God is going to do it. Please, Africans, let's be very clear. There are people abroad who do not even believe in the existence of God. They do not believe it at all. And they get this kind of things that we, the believers, are getting and not getting. There must be something around it. It means that there is a science to some things. So first, let's meet this criteria, then we can then put the rest in the hands of faith and God. So in order for us to meet this, let's ask, what are they then looking for generally in all employment? I always like to define employability. What is employability? And when I say employability, what makes you employable? You must be saying, why are we going through this particular part 1 first? So that when we get to the part where we're talking about the remote job, you will be like, okay, do I meet it or not? We can be very clear with ourselves. Do I meet it or not? If I don't meet it, what can I do to meet the requirements of this person? Because there are millions of remote jobs out there. Most of the time, we just don't meet it. We don't meet the criteria. That's that simple. Now, employability is possessing the knowledge, the aptitude, the skills, and the traits employers require. I like to take a pause wherever I define this. The knowledge, the aptitude, the skills, and other traits employers require. Meaning, School can help us check off maybe knowledge and not necessarily all the time. I'll discuss it in the next slide, why it may not be all the time. Aptitude, skills, and other traits, meaning attitude. And I like to then cover this entire thing under competences. I always say it is a set of qualities and competencies that are required of you to meet the adequate needs of the employer. So when people ask you, are you competent? Please ask yourself the next 4 questions. Do I have the skills required? Do I have the knowledge required? Do I have the traits required? Do I have the attitude required? That is what competency means when it comes to employability for that specific thing. Now, when you ask, it's like I say, I want to get a remote job as a legal practitioner. And they say, are you competent? I say, I'm competent. So I will ask myself, do I have the knowledge required? I don't. Why? I have not gone to law school. I've not done legal anything. Then they ask me, do I have the skills? I have never practiced law. Where am I supposed to get the skills from? Do I have the traits? Maybe I naturally argue and win my arguments. So maybe I check 1 or 4. Do I have the attitude? Maybe not. So when they ask me that question the second time, and are you competent? What am I going to say this time around? No. So as I am saying this, we will start to ask ourselves that question in our mind. Are we competent for the things we desire? Now, the first one, knowledge. I'd like to explain this in detail for a bit. This is what, as in this particular knowledge is what I like to define. You may have already acquired knowledge in school, and you may have not, for the kind of job you want to do. Let me give you a typical example. You did microbiology in school. You have the knowledge of microbiology. You don't have the skills because you've not probably done all those analysis in the lab in a real job, right? Now, say, if we're applying in my organization to the position of, let's see, maybe a content writer or creator, or maybe, a salesperson. And I ask you, do you have knowledge? Do you check that criteria? And you say, yes. My sister, you don't. So what you check is that you are literate. You can read and write English, because for the job you want to do, you don't have knowledge of it. So whenever people ask, do you have knowledge? I always say, please, do you have knowledge with relations to the things you are seeking? If you don't, you don't even have. What you have is literacy. You can read and write English. You have gone to school. And it doesn't matter the level of education. It doesn't matter the level of education. It's like me having a PhD in chemistry. Even my PhD in chemistry will still not make me say I have knowledge when it comes to law. So I see a lot of Africans say, what do you mean? Me, that I have an MSc, you are telling me I'm not knowledgeable. I say, my sister, don't take it personal. It's just what it is. You don't have knowledge around the specific thing you are applying for as a job. You don't. So you need to go back and go and acquire the knowledge. But for some people, they have knowledge because they are probably taking 4-year degrees in it, postgraduate degrees in it, certifications in it. Certifications, degrees, and all those things, or vocational programs can give you knowledge about a thing. 4 major things that can give you knowledge around a particular career path. School, as in first degree, higher degrees, certifications, or vocational programs that you can take on SMW, Coursera, and all those, vocational programs. I will give a perfect example again. You are someone that did business administration in school. You are going to head outside of school to go and say, I did a project management course to get knowledge, or maybe I did a project management certifications to get knowledge. So when they are asking, do you have knowledge? And you are applying for a role that has to do with project management, you will say, yes, I have knowledge. You are not referring to the knowledge of your BSc, your business. Even if in your eye, your BSc may look like the biggest, or in your eye, your MSc or your PG, but with regards to that job, this other one, even if it is a 3-week program, 6-week program, 1-week program, is a better knowledge qualifier for that particular role. Now, number two thing that we need to also look at is the art skill. Do you have the art skills? There is a difference between knowledge and skills. So again, I'll give you a particular example. You did business administration in school. You have knowledge of business administration. When they now ask you, do you have the skills to run a business? If you have not run a business, you don't have skills. What you have is knowledge. You don't have skills. Like skills is, you gain skills by doing something repeatedly. Do you understand? We are practicalizing something by doing, not by reading. Knowledge acquisition is by reading. Skills acquisition is by doing. By doing. What you are getting in this workshop, that you are getting knowledge. Do you understand about what I'm saying? Skills application is, let me say, I teach you something, this, and you are going there, you are doing like this, doing that. Do you understand? There is a difference. So you could have a certification, like a PMP, project management certification, and still not be skilled. But you have knowledge around methodologies of project management. So now, the skills. Now, and there are some professions that get their skills while they are practicing. An example is medical students. They already start to do, they get skills while they are learning. Which is why I like one of the, what's it called? The best model of learning in the world is the Igbo apprenticeship model, meaning they are learning skills on the job to be able to do the job, which is what they also practice in medical school. Like you're already going to the hospital doing the job while you are in school. So those ones are acquiring knowledge and skills together. Most of our other courses in African universities, we did not acquire knowledge and skills together. So skills is, are you able to do what you say you are going to do? The third thing is, you have knowledge, I understand how this works. Skills is, I can do it. The third one is, I can do it how it is supposed to be delivered to get results. So I can do a job is the doing. The how of delivering the job is what you call the job readiness skills, or what people commonly refer to as soft skills. I will give an example. Let me illustrate this again. Using the same business, or let me use another profession. Let's say you're an accountant. You have knowledge. You've even done ICANN. You have knowledge. Skills. You have been doing accounting and all those balancing this thing. You have been doing in the bank. You've been doing all those things in the bank. You have knowledge. I mean, you have skills. Now, you are trying to get a remote job that has to do with financial. Let's say I'm tired of going to this bank work every day. Now, let me do remote work. Let me be able to help people sort their financial distance or do financial analysis remotely and deliver the job in such a way that they receive the job in a timely manner. Now, here is where the challenge comes in. It's like, I'll give an example of an accountant that their boss has traveled to, let me say, UK. Their boss gets to the UK and realizes that, I need to apply for this grant, but they need my books, meaning they need my books. They need to see my numbers and everything. I just landed on that opportunity. Then he calls his accountant back home and say, see, Mr. Deji, can you, our something from last year, I'm going to need those books. I will need you to share it with me, this thing, we need to collaborate on this thing, we need to do this thing, this one. So they say, sir, how will I now do it now? I do not do this thing. Sir, did you I put that thing in a flash drive before you travel? Say, hey, but now that I did not hold the flash drive, can you go online, as in do this thing, put it on Google Sheets, let's do this thing, let's do. And then say, sir, I'm not sure. You see, that Mr. Deji has actually done the work of the accounting, but he has not still done the work. You know why? He lacks the job readiness skill. That, in my opinion, is the reason many Africans have not been employed globally. What we call the job readiness skill. Most people call it soft skill. I do not call it soft skill because it is made up of 4 major things. It is made up of the soft skill, the life skill, basic tech skill, and digital skills. So I cannot refer to it as soft skills. It is why I call it fundamental skills or job readiness skills. And it contains 4 things, I repeat: the digital skills, the soft skills, the life skills, and the basic test skills. And it is also called transferable skills. So what I'm trying to say in essence is, it does not matter what you currently do. It does not matter in what field. It does not matter if your eyes is to be globally employable, on-site or remote, in any way or form, in high or low, you must have this standard. Unfortunately, that is the one that people do not really pay attention to. So when people say, I am not getting this job, you know what they do? They go back to this previous one and get more and more certifications in it. They will get another certification in data analysis, another certification in project management, another certification. They will keep getting certifications upon certifications to compensate for what they don't lack. What did we say eligibility is? What did we say eligibility? Ability to meet the requirements of what the person needs, of what it, again, I repeat, meet the requirements of what they need. What do they need? They need this. So it doesn't matter if you have 10 of the previous one. If this third one is lacking, you still do not meet it. And it is the how to work skills. I repeat, the how to work skills that people pay the least attention to. That accounts for this lack of inability of most Africans who have been doing the same thing over and over to get these things. And they are the least talked about. Now, let's go to the fourth thing, personal attributes. It can contribute to your success in the workforce. In fact, before I go away from that place, there is a research by Harvard and Stanford School that says 85% of your job success, 85%, 85 is tied to these job readiness skills. And only 15% is tied to your technical area of expertise. I repeat, 85% is a huge number. In fact, I have an employability, what's it called, formula. I call it my 5-30-30-35 rule. 5% is for your literacy, meaning did you go to school, you can read and write. 30% is for your technical area, doctor, lawyer, digital marketer, project manager, whatever, all those technical things that gives you the title. Another 30% is for these particular set of skills. 35% is for your experience in what you're applying for. What I'm saying, even Harvard, I said your job success relies on 85% of your transferable skills. Now, the fourth one, personal attributes that can contribute to your success in the workforce. Now, there are a lot of attributes that's also hindered a lot of Africans from landing that global remote job. And this time, it may not even be the skills, it may not be the knowledge. And you're wondering what is attributes. I'll give you an example. I'll pick cultural sensitivity. Cultural sensitivity. I say some Africans have gone to interviews, global job interviews, and have lost it because they refuse to look the interviewer in the eye when they are answering questions. Something as simple and insignificant, according to most people, as that. People have lost jobs. And when you ask, and how do I know this? Like, I didn't want to talk about my entire length of experience at the beginning. I have had course to review applications globally. In my role as a global program coordinator at UN Life, I've had to recruit people. Like I said, I was covering 23 locations. So one of my roles was partnerships. We get local facilitators in countries, we put them in this thing to handle our project and things like that. You know, different things. And you will see when we review, as we're talking about, I'm not so certain that person wasn't looking up when they were answering that question. They didn't seem confident. They didn't seem, and you're like, oh, wow. For an African, you are only trying to respect that person because we have been taught that as a child, when your elders are talking or somebody you respect, you don't look them in the eye to speak. That is why I say something as the least said things can be costing you the opportunities you desire. And that's why I asked, let me just pick that example. Not looking someone in the eye during an interview. A lot of people expect that if you are saying the truth about what you say you can do, you will speak about it with your head eye and your eyes eye. I just decided to pick one. There are several other things that I could talk about during my course of working internationally, but I'm just going to stop at that for the sake of time because we have a lot of things to cover. Another thing I could mention is regards to how we communicate as Africans. As an African, when we are doing a job and we are not yet done, we say, okay, do not let me go and report that that job is not yet done. Let me just finish it. I will tell them. In that place, they want updates by the second. Updates. This other one, updates. Why? It is just a cultural, like it is what it is, personal, like the attributes that are different. Now, the fifth thing is experience. You can see I've gone through 5 different things that you must have if you intend for this thing. The fifth one is what's relevant experience. And I'm sure a lot of people that are working in this room are saying, yeah, I have experience. That one, I have it. Please, before you say I have it, I'm going to ask you, is your experience relevant to the opportunity you seek? You have been doing HR. You have been doing admin. You've been doing whatever, but now you want to transition into project management. You may not really have the relevant experience. But somebody that's been doing maybe a bit of admin may have relevant experience. Why? Because they are used to doing a bit of those project management anyway. Do you understand? So you may have relevant experience depending on where you are coming from. Or you may have experience that is similar or that aligns. And please take note. Some of you are here, you have experience, you just don't know it. How do I mean? Someone wants to become a project manager, and all their life in their church, they have an event that they host yearly. Oh, they host Shiloh. You are the lead community organizer of that event. You are the one that will carry book. Do we have this as this check as that person? You have been doing event management in quotes. An event is a project. So whenever I'm talking about experience, I always say your experience could be volunteering. It could be internship. It could be the work you are paid for. It doesn't matter. Just make sure that you have the experience that is relevant to the opportunity that you seek. Now, the big question is, what you currently have, does it meet the eligibility of what you seek? And we are going to pause and do that exercise. You see that sheet I gave you? I asked you to fill some things. If you have not, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. The first section of that sheet, you are going to fill it. Where I asked you, what have you made? What have you done? You most likely came to this masterclass with an agenda like, I want to get XYZ. I want to get XYZ remote job. Whatever. I want to get this. I want to get that. Now, if you came to this workshop with that agenda, I'm now asking based on the things you've learned in the last 30, 45 minutes, what you currently have, does it meet the eligibility of what you seek? I'm taking a pause because I want everybody to answer that. But before you answer that, I would like you to do this self-assessment exercise we initially gave you. Now, if you have filled the first part of that sheet, it will be easy for you to answer this. Very easy if you fill that sheet. Someone asks, is a boot camp part of a relevant experience? Yes, it can be part of it. As in, let me get this straight. You are executing the boot camp or you are learning in the boot camp. So experience is not learning. Experience falls, how do I put it? You learning in a boot camp falls under you acquiring knowledge. You are not, that's not experience. So if you organize a boot camp, you execute, like you can say, oh, I organize this boot camp, I ensure they deliver to time XYZ. that serves as an experience of a project manager that executed. But if you learned, like you went to a boot camp and they taught you something, you have knowledge of what they taught you. You don't have experience. Relevant experience means I have done what you are asking me. The thing I'm going to deliver to you on this job, I have done it before. That is what experience means. I have done it before. So if you cannot answer it in layman's terms, that you say, I have done it before, you don't have experience. Now, this self-reflection exercise, we are going to do, I'm taking a moment. So, Moina, just drop the link again. I need everybody to open their worksheets. Like I said, this is a working class. Now, I'm going to answer this question. What happens with experiences you may not have documented evidences of? Will they count? Yes. Will they count? And I'll give you a perfect example. My first international remote job at Natural History Museum of London. At my interview, they asked me, I was going to work as a design lead. By the way, I'll remind you, my PhD is in chemistry. I have absolutely no certification, not till date, in design thinking or whatever. I don't have. What I have is experience volunteering as an Unleash ambassador. But before that volunteering, I had experience at an innovation lab where we were immersed. It was an immersive thing where we were immersed in the process of executing or developing a product. So it was an innovation lab, meaning this is the methodology of how to innovate. You need to develop the products, similar to a bootcamp. But that one is like an immersive, how do I put it? You're not like you are doing the project. So it's not, you are innovating the product. I don't know how best to explain. That was in Singapore in 2018. Now, you don't have to have filled the last part of the sheet first. You must have filled the first two sections, what I'm asking, the one that talks about what have you been doing and everything like that is the part you must have filled as at this time. Now, the experience is not work. The experience is me going to Unleash Innovation Lab in Singapore to do this thing. Well, guess what? They asked me about, again, I always try to explain to people that when global employers are looking for, something, they have moved past what is on paper, like what you say you have on paper. They do not ask you what is accounting, they don't ask you. They ask you situational questions to say, this particular project, we would like to work on XYZ, and this is going to be virtually, walk us through the process of how you would execute XYZ. And the best way to answer those kind of questions is to say, of course, I think this is what we are going to do based on this thing at the Unleash Innovation Lab. I started to talk about what we did at the Unleash Innovation Lab. So for me, if we are working with a group of 50 people, I would divide them into 10 groups. I started to talk about, this is how I would do it. And they said, what if this process was virtual? I said, I'm going to use a collaborative work tool, Mirror, to ensure that we can collaboratively work. And they were like, thank you. The next question they asked me was about my hourly rates. I'd answered that question. Till today, I don't have a certification in design thinking. And my 2 international remote jobs has been because of that experience. Like because of the experience, as in me knowing how to do design thinking for product innovation. Do you understand? And they were both from non-academic, like the experiences I narrated were from my non-academic life, like my non-school life, my non-degree life, my non-certification life. You understand? And that is why whenever I see professionals say, I need to get that certification, I say, calm down, because you may just be investing, you may be fetching water into a basket, you may be investing in the wrong thing. You may be investing what's in the wrong thing. Now, Yes, we are going to share the recording as in my teammates have answered that. So now let's go back to the next thing. After this assessment or filling the first part to answer that question, because when you have filled the first part of your assessment, it will answer, okay, you know what your desire is. Me, I don't know. Do you understand? But based on knowing your desire, look at your experience. And just like someone asked me, Nada, can your experience, that is why I said the last part, the experience, it doesn't have to be what, like it doesn't have to be that I worked here. It can be volunteering. I just narrated my own experiences now. Because of lack of time, I can't keep going into different instances that's of what I have done this thing. But I just recite like the most relevant examples of my situation and how I have addressed that. Because whenever people would have worked at UN Live, they say it's because she has a PhD. I said, my sister, I did global program coordinator. One of the questions that they asked me in that interview, I use me, my experience as an entrepreneur running iTrain Africa to explain how I will go about partnerships. Because the role was going to involve me. Like when I looked at, when we get to the second part of this second part of the third part, where we are going to, today we are going to go to LinkedIn. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to do a workshop on how to navigate LinkedIn. We will walk through maybe 2 or 3 different job roles. You will see the peculiarities of what you are asking, and you will be shocked that more than half the time you don't even need school for that thing. Do you understand? They don't need school for it. Then you start to say, oh wow, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this, and it is not even certification. So we'll look at it together. Now, let's go after that exercise. I will typically have given 10 to 15 minutes for that exercise, but because we have given you before, especially if you have feel it, we are going to have another exercise now, that 20 minutes. That one I may take a 10-minute pause, but this one, it is the beginning part of that worksheet. It should have been filled already. Part 2 of this workshop. In the part 2 of this workshop, we'll be talking about career assessment and remote job overview. Please, when it comes to the Q&A, I want to believe everybody that's been listening to me in this class will not ask me, how can I get a remote job? Because I will then ask you, before I answer you how, do you meet the eligibility of what the remote job you want out? Because that is the how. The how is finding it, making sure you meet the eligibility and applying for it. That is how it is. It's a simple process. Finding it, meeting the eligibility for it, and applying for it. It's a 3-way process. But the first one, people don't want to answer it. Why meet it? But they go and find it and they go and apply for it. Then they say they did not get it. I said, but you did not meet it. There's no, you cannot jump that first one. That is the how. So part 2, career assessment and remote job overview. I'm going to talk a bit about fundamentals around all types of jobs. And why do I say that? There are 3 major core pillars you need to consider in a career path you choose, including if you are choosing to work remotely. There are 3 major things you need to consider, the 3 core pillars. Does that particular choice of yours check profitability? Can it sustain you financially? I repeat, can it sustain you financially? Next thing, flexibility. Can it provide the work-life balance you seek or desire? Third thing to consider, fulfillment. Does it align with your passion and skills? Let me now talk about, you see these 3 criteria at the different stages of our life. One will supersede the other. A starter cannot be talking about career fulfillment in all this thing. Like, oh, my number 1 criteria out of these 3 things. I say, hello. Your number 1 criteria as a maybe starter should be, are you learning and are you gaining money in that thing? Like, are you learning? That's the first thing. Are you learning on the job? If you are a starter, are you learning? Because it is when you are learning, you can then command a higher income later. When you first learn and have the skills, right? Then you command a higher income. So I always say, if you are at the beginning of your career, the arrangement should be learning for profitability, one. The next thing at the middle stage of your career, is it flexible enough? Meaning, can I work hybrid? Can I work remote kind of stuff? At the last stage of your career, you should be checking fulfillment. At that point, you should have gathered the money, the flexibility. You should not be like, is this what I want to be known for the rest of my life? Some of us reach the point of fulfillment faster. Maybe someone like me that had to say, wait, do I really want to be teaching chemistry for the rest of my life in 2020? Do you understand? But guess what? Financial was not a major problem for me. I could, sometimes when I train in Africa or the business becomes a whole lot for me and I'm like, why am I doing all this wahala? Why am I not just earning in dollars? That's, why did I have to exit international work to do this? Do you understand? Then I remind myself, it is about a mission of ensuring that 10 million people in Africa are globally employable and visible. Because if it was about profitability for me, trust me, I'll just be doing my international work and be there. Like, I do not really care who understands how to get there or not. Like, what's my own? Like, do you understand? What's my own? That is how I should be. But I'm just saying that I can make that choice because in a way, I have probably, my life is comfortable to a large extent. So I can think about the other things after because of my stage of life. The mistake I have seen people make is make decisions based on another person's stage of life. Somebody got a Ghanaian, I think Sandra, no, not Sandra, I don't know, I've forgotten her name right now. One of the people that got on my program maybe 2 years ago. She said somebody offered her this job. It was more profitable, it was more this, but she would have to work extra hours. She would have to work this thing. And at that stage of her life, she needed to upgrade her career. She needed to get more education to get to the next thing she wanted to do. She tried to table it, and I said, my sister, don't take it to, because more profits at your stage of life, you don't need more profits. You need more flexibility because you are currently on a pathway that you need a bit of time to take career programs, career-related programs in such a way that it can help you then command a higher income. At your stage of life, the job that offers you a bit of flexibility in timing is the one that favors you. So part with that increase in pay and take the more flexible one. A lot of women also do that when it comes to their childbearing stage. You say, I would rather take a pay cut than not have a flexible working condition. It's a choice. I say, please do not ever make a choice. Some people are clamoring for a remote job or their career status. And I'm like, who should be asking to work in an office if not you? Why? Because at your stage of career, two things you need to consider. Am I learning at the maximum capacity I can learn from the people? I always, at the beginning stage of your career, someone is paying you to learn, but you don't want to learn in the person's presence. Because one of the things that people must understand is remote job doesn't pay you to learn. They pay you to execute. I repeat, when I say remote job offers you flexibility, we'll soon talk about, I did not say it offers you simpler job. Let's be clear, the work is not simpler, it is harder. Because when you are in a physical on-site job, they are not just judging you by, deliverables of tasks and everything like that. Like some days they can see that this person is not a good day for the excuse your, something like, okay, let somebody pick, they can see you. They can see you. In a remote job, it doesn't have it is what it is. You do your job, you come to meeting, you report and all those things. So I always say for some people, they are seeking a remote job because they think it is the in thing, whereas they should be seeking an on-site job that allows them to get paid for learning. So flexibility is one of the major things that we benefit from remote job. But I would say again, for the sake of the starters that are in this room, be sure that your stage of life, you are making the right choice with a remote job. Because if you ask me personally as an employer of labor that I've been for 15 years, I would not encourage a starter to go on a fully remote job. That is where you build grit and character. And there are a lot of unsaid things that you build in person. You cannot even put it on paper. I'm sure people that probably have several years of experience or employers of labor may be able to speak more on this. But I'm talking about this criteria. Let's move on from it. These qualities are desired. They are both qualities are desired by many, like the qualities of flexibility, profitability, and as in, it's for the first two. One of the reasons why people say I want remote job is because it is flexible. Then the next thing when they say I want a global remote job, it is for the profitability, meaning I can earn in hard currency. I can earn in dollars, right? I can earn in dollars. That is one of the things. Yes, the worksheet isn't editable. You're supposed to make a copy. Like I think Moina said that on the display. You make a copy of it, you click it, file, you make a copy. If you are wondering how to make a copy, go to the WhatsApp group, watch the video on how to make a copy. That's part of what we teach on the workplace fundamentals here. Like when they give you a link, you make a copy of it. It's not supposed to be like, if you can edit it, then it means that it's not a worksheet because you, like, if you can edit it, somebody else will be able to edit it. So all of you be working on one sheet. So you need to make a copy of yours to work on your own. Now, which brings us to remote job, the desired traits of the three things I've just mentioned. Basically, what is a remote job? It's simply what they are doing virtually from the place you choose to do it. The kind of work that you'd have done in a proper office or in a proper work setting that you are now choosing to do from wherever you choose to do it. It could be a restaurant, your home, your bed. You are doing it from where you choose to do it. There are several jobs you could do remotely. Customer service, software development, anything. Almost all jobs these days can be done remotely, aside the work of people that are probably operating and doing theater. And even that, there is now, what's this thing, machine operations, where people actually are on a computer, a consultant is somewhere and is operating via virtual reality. It is already happening, using virtual reality to operate on the person that is not present in that particular location. So a lot of professions have actually gone remote. And the opportunities keep increasing. There's a lot of statistics out there. You can follow my page at Doing Soladio. I talk about the statistics every time. I had to remove some of those things from my slide because of time. Now, remote employees typically communicate, and that is the place I want to talk about. If you're in remote employment, the most important skill you can have is communication. I repeat, if you're in remote employment, the most important workplace skill you can have is communication. You can honestly lose your job for not knowing how to communicate properly in a remote job. I kid you not. Now, benefits of the remote job. Of course, I cannot lie to you. You work from anywhere. When I was working at UN Live, there's nothing like I cannot travel. I will travel for holiday. I will work from there. I will be in a PTA meeting of my child. I am working. I was pregnant. I got my remote job. I was 6 months pregnant when I got on the job, right? I started the job in September. I gave birth January 1. So one of the benefits of remote work is all those employment of where you cannot, like you can even be pregnant and be doing the remote job because nobody is even seeing you. I remember the first time one of my people that was working with me knew I was pregnant was when I stood up to do an activity in December. I was 1 month to getting due. And I stood up, we were doing a dancing activity in that particular thing. And she was like, oh my God, Jerry, you have such a huge belly. I didn't even know because I was always sitting and having this kind of meeting. Why am I saying that? Like all the things that could be an hindrance for you in an on-site job. You can imagine if you are going to an on-site job and you show up with a big 6 months belly, it's likely you even lost that job. They'll not employ you. Do you understand? But I'm just saying that those are the kind of benefits. You can even get in the door with the kind of things that they will say, maybe pregnancy that I cannot get on a job with. You can get in the door with in remote jobs. Now, enjoy flexible work schedule. Again, when I say flexible work schedule, please, I reiterate, it is not easier work schedule. There was an incident of someone who worked remotely with me at a time. And this person thought that working remotely means when you are in your house, like you are not working. I don't know how to explain it. Like it's as if it did not click in that person's head that when you are working remotely, it's still work. You are only like, it is like the memo flew over that person's head that you still need to make time to do the work and not just assume that, oh, especially for people that work hybrid. I've seen a lot of it happening in Africa. People will be working hybrid. The day they come to work, they will deliver. But the day they don't come to work physically, they just disappear. Like they disappear technically. Like you're not be trying to reach and say, they say, you will not say, I'm so sorry and everything like that. I followed my wife to hospital to go and do this thing. I went to my child's school to go and pick my child. I did no, and I'm like, wait. You are supposed to be working. Hybrid job, the off day, as in the alternate days are not off days. They are work days that you are doing from where you are. So whenever I say flexible work schedule, meaning you can decide to say, okay, let me do the work, maybe because I know I'm going to go for my child's PTA meeting in the morning. I will wake up at 5 a.m., clear the bulk of the work I need to do before 9 a.m. and I go for the day. You have still done the work. You can only adjust the time and you do the work. Do you understand? Not that you will not do the work. Are you alive? My boss I was reporting to was in India, 4.5 hours ahead of me. Whereas the people I was supervising, some of them were in Alaska, 9 hours. Like, so what it means is there are some days I am waking up 7 a.m. because I need to talk to my boss who is already like, let me say 11:30 a.m. And there are some days for me to talk to that's my local facilitator that is in Alaska, I would have to wait till 8 p.m. because it is just our own morning. So in the actual sense, think about the hours. I started working at 7 a.m. and I am still working at 11 p.m. It is over 14 hours of work. When I say flexible, it means I can adjust things here and there. In fact, when we get to the disadvantages, I'll talk about this. Now, it can enhance your productivity. One of the things I liked about remote work, sometimes in my work here, when I realize that I have immense work to do, like I have work that I really need focus for, I will not go to work. I will not go to the office because when you're in the office, someone is asking me for something, this one, that one, there's distraction. So when I want to increase my productivity, if I have a huge project, I stay off and stay alone and do maximum concentration. It can save time and money. Trust me. Remote work, you don't even buy clothes. You don't have to buy shirts. Shirt is now, house and cottage is now like, let me say 50,000 naira. And I don't need to buy shirt. I don't need to buy anything. When you're working remotely, you can wear your joggers and go to work. You understand? You can save money from committing. So those are the advantages, right? And of course, better work-life balance. One of the things I've enjoyed the most in my life, in me working hybrid and doing the kind of work that affords me flexibility, is the fact that I can go to PTA meetings. I can decide to pay my husband a surprise visit. I can, the things I really want to do aside living just for making money, I can do them because it affords me that kind of balance. Now, the disadvantages. You actually work longer hours as a remote worker. I kid you not. Don't let anybody deceive you. You work longer hours. There is a you are not sure what is work, what is not work. You're not sure what is work and what is not work. If you've worked remotely, like I can tell you for free, you work longer hours. If you have worked remotely globally, you will work longer hours. You will work longer hours. Now, increase workload. In remote work, let me give you a perfect example. It's almost like it is harder to actually, like, if I'm seeing you in person and I give you a task, I can see that you have not finished that work or something. Most likely, I may not even give you more work because I'm like, it's taking time to do it. When you are working remotely, somebody would estimate and say, this work I gave to you, you should finish it in 30 minutes. And you may not finish it in 2 hours. So basically, when you are working remotely, you have increased workload because they may actually not be gauging the amount of work that involves in executing one task appropriately. You have increased workload. Now, the biggest one is communication mishaps. Someone will call you and say, during the deadline for something is in 2 days. And I'm like, oh, that's fine. And I'm working with 2 days. Then the following morning, we are supposed to have a sprint. Like we would typically have sprints every month. Like, let me say all those quickly, let's meet up, let's gather on what we want to do for the day and let's before we break out. And the person will say, based on the task I gave you yesterday, as you already know, we are our stakeholders will be making that presentation to our stakeholders tomorrow. So let's have a dry run now. And I'm like, you say, like I was working with a timeline of it is due in 2 days. That was the communication I got. But you are telling me that we need to have a dry run now. So you make me look like a stupid person because why? I got the wrong communication. So in remote work, communication is like, in fact, not just communicating on what you tell me or not. I also need to keep updating my project management base to say, I have done this, this is what I have done, this is what I have not done. So you cannot be working remotely and not be able to navigate digital tools from Slack to Airtable. You are not a project manager. Like you are not, when people hear Slack, Airtable, Asana, Trello, they'll be thinking it is a project manager's job to learn. I'm saying anybody who wants to work virtually, remotely, as a virtual assistant, as a virtual customer support, when I say virtual, what does virtual mean? You're not working on site, you're working remotely. Do you understand? As a virtual assistant, as a remote worker in HR, as a remote worker in customer service, as a remote work assistant, as a whatever. You must understand how to navigate communication work tools, Slack, compose proper email that conveys clarity. And it may seem like, oh, what is no? There's a different level of, there's a different level of skill sets to do it, actually. Of course, it is all covered under the fundamental skills, ability to navigate digital tools that is needed in the remote workspace. It doesn't matter the work. You remember when I kept saying that? You see that third one, the job readiness skill, or what you call transferable skills, is the most important. It is the most important for anyone who wants to work remotely. You cannot not have those 4 things under it. That is digital soft life and basic tech skill. It is not negotiable. You must have them before we start talking about anything that is remote. You don't have them, you would have to acquire them. It is not negotiable. Exercise 2. Based on what you now understand about the peculiarities of remote work, the ups and the downs of it, I will then ask, the second section of your sheet, let's deal with that. In what career path do you want to work remotely? But before you go ahead and answer, if you have answered, I also want to talk about some things before you are certain. What is the result of your personality test? We gave you a link to 16 personalities. Why? If you are starting a career or you are at that stage of fulfillment, you need to listen to this. If you are starting your career, if you have the chance to choose a career that plays to your interests and strength, that's the best form of decision you can ever do in your life. Can I be truthful with you? There's absolutely no career you cannot earn in dollars from. It doesn't exist. There is no career you cannot profit from. So the question is, if all careers can make me money, and I am just starting, what should I be considering to choose that career? Please, the list of your problems is what you studied in school. That's the list of your problems. Because what we studied in school is just, please, let us be clear that it helped us to get literate, meaning schooling is literacy. It's only 5% literacy. Meaning, if you are just starting your career, ask yourself some things. I am just starting anyway. It means that I am going to have to start and learn. It doesn't matter what it is. I am going to have to start and learn. So if I'm going to have to learn, then let me be sure that what I'm learning aligns with my personality. Same thing goes for people that want to transition careers. What do I mean by transitioning? You want to move from admin work to project manager. You want to move from an HR person to a project manager. You want to move from what's it called? An accounting person to a product manager. Do you understand? You want to go into careers that are powered by technology. We call them the no-code tech careers I can command high income from. And there are many. Project management, product management, cybersecurity. Oh, there are many. Digital marketing. There are so many. I can't exhaust them. Technology-enabled careers. Why do I say technology-enabled careers? It doesn't have to be coding. Coding is no. I'm talking about no code, but it is powered by technology. Meaning, if you are innovating an app, you need a product manager to do the product life cycle and all those things. If you are the coder innovating an app or you are doing the design, you will need a project manager to handle that project. You will need a digital marketer to market it. Like all those careers are emerging careers we did not study in school, but it is being powered or brought about by technology. So they will continually be in high demand because technology has come to stay. So if you ask me right now, say, please, if you know you must pivot careers or start a career at this point in your life, just make sure that this is profitable. Whatever is making you start, whether you are a starter, you're just out of school, or you are a starter of you are pivoting. You can be a starter and an experienced person, meaning you have 10 years of experience in customer service, but you're a beginner because you now want to transition into, you're a beginner in project management. So when I say starter or beginner, I am referring to you are just entering into that thing. It doesn't mean that you don't have experience in any other thing. Do you understand me? So if you are in those two categories here, you are just starting because you just finished school, or you are just starting because you now need to transition and earn a higher income. Please take notes. You need the result of your personality test. Because I would say, just do it right anyway. And why do I say it? There was a time I was listening to Obama's speech, and it was like, it is not because I don't have weaknesses. I have just learned to play to my strength. I identify what my strength is. I work it, because when you are working in a job, I'll give you a perfect example. I've always wanted to be a teacher in my life, an adult teacher. The only reason I did a PhD, because I'm sure you're wondering, why did the only reason I did a PhD was because as at the time I went on that career path, the only place I could find adults to teach was university. And for you to teach at the university, you must have a PhD, at least as the place that I wanted to teach. So I said, so if they will not allow me to teach adults at university, I have to do this PhD. Let me do it now. So it was a means, like for me, PhD was going to get me to be able to teach the audience I want to teach. Some years down the line, I realized that I could then go and learn how to teach adults by sharing this knowledge online. And here, well, why did I illustrate that? You would see that when I am teaching, I have taught for 6 hours straight without breaking. Why? It is a strength. I have natural abilities in teaching. So someone here will look at me and say, I want to be a. But if you are a back-end person, you are not a forward-facing person, you are not someone that could go on and articulate their thought and teach people to understand like me, it will take you 2 times, 3 times, 4 times the work to get to my level of excellence. So I always say, in choosing career, please do not play the I can do anything I set to my mind to. I say, please do the ones first that you have strength in. Then when we have maximized all the places we have strength, we can now start adding through knowledge acquisition, the ones that we have weaknesses in. That is how I think about career choices. Now, the result of your personality test, some of you will realize that based on the analysis of that personality test, you're telling you are extroverted, or you are this thing, you are INTJ, you are this, you are that, and it will even give you recommendations of career paths. Me now, I know. The first time I did personality test, just told me the places you will do good: coaching, teaching, advocacy. I said, even me, I know. motivational speaker. I say, I know. Because why? Like it is just a strength. Clarity, ability to help people achieve clarity is a strength. Thinking through, I'm a very logical person. So I help people break down systems. Like if you have to move from point A to point B, you need this one first, you need this one second. It is a strength. And I'm then using all that strength to do a career that needs it. You cannot tell me to come and do data analysis, no matter the amount of money they are giving them. Why? As in data analysis as a profession. Why? Because we're always at the back end. They're always at the back end. The only thing they do is they stay at this thing or be doing accounting. You tell me to study accounting. And now all I'll be doing is spreadsheets. Meaning I'm not talking to human beings to do my work. Like, no. Guess what? Do I do data analysis on my team as a CEO? Yes. Do I teach my new staff how to analyze data? Yes, in every position. Do I know how to do it? Yes. Why? I have learned how to do it to be an effective leader. But will I take it as my primary role in my organization? No. One of the first role I hired for in my organization was bookkeeping. Aisha, I can't do it. I hired her, I taught her what to do, and I delegated it. Why? Do not like to do it. It is boring to me. So when people go on career path and say, I want to pivot, I want to transition into a career path, I heard data analysis is great. I heard cybersecurity. I said, so in that cybersecurity now, you will sit down. Do you know what that profession is? Like catching the bad guys. You will sit down and be studying systems on who is hacking who. Like, is it playing to your strength? Nothing is bad in a career choice. Just make sure that it is playing to your strength, especially if you are just starting. I will have a different set of advice to somebody that is not transitioning or is not just starting. There's a different set of advice. I'm coming to that in a bit. So first thing, personality test. If you've not done it, go and start doing it now. Go and start doing it. What did I say at the beginning of this class? That means we need to pay it. I have never paid for the personality test. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure. Please, were you asking a question? You said something like integrity counts surely. I'm not certain. Was that a question or like an affirmation? What time is a short break? Okay, we are taking that short break shortly before the workshop, before we go to the LinkedIn this thing, which is the next two slides. Supposed to be at 7:30. That's 1.5 hours into the class. But because of that 5 minutes at the beginning, or 10 minutes rather. I have never paid for the test, please. Like I do the test and they send the reports to my email. Do you understand? So I'm not sure what you're talking about. The result is sent to your email, yes. So I'm not sure what I don't know, but I've never paid. Now, that your personality, when you look at the careers that they have suggested, another way I would like for you to do it is to go to ChatGPT, AI, Meta AI, any form of AI, and give it, this is my personality test result. I am INTG. I am this, Kindly suggests the career paths I may be able to excel in based on my strength. Ask ChatGPT that. When we get to the workshop, this thing I can do in front of you, ask ChatGPT that question, and it will probably give you answers. Do you understand? Like, oh, you can do well in this, but then I will now talk about how we then do that exercise in a minute. Now, after you have done personality, you know what the result of your personality test is. You need to then do a self-assessment. You have done personality test. Maybe it tells you that you are INTJ, you can try well in cybersecurity, project management. It shall list all the things it's supposed to list for you. Maybe it lists 20 professions for you that you can thrive in. You will put it on one side. The next question is self-assessment. Out of all these things that you listed, the experience you currently have, the skill you currently have, the interest you currently have, out of this profession, is there anyone that you think I have experience in it? I have skills in it? Please do that exercise in your worksheets. Out of the things that you have seen that they recommended to you via that personality test, and even if they did not recommend anything to you, they just told you you are mediator, you are INTD, you are whatever number, carry that thing and go to the top of your WhatsApp right now. At the top of your WhatsApp, carry it and what? This is my personality test result. Tell ChatGPT and say it. One of the things we teach people on the WFS program is how to use ChatGPT for many things like work and all that stuff. Now, ask it, this is my result, INTJ. How or what? Ask it based on the strength of this personality. What emerging careers powered by technology? That is what you will ask. What emerging careers powered by technology, high income careers can I thrive in? Remember, we said 3 things must check in your career choices: profitability, flexibility, and fulfillment. Which one did we look at first? We went through the fulfillment, meaning if you are starting, meaning let's do something that will give you fulfillment, meaning let's play to your strengths. We have checked that one by doing a personality test. I say, I accept this is who I am. We accept that one. Then we now ask ChatGPT, AI, and say, based on this personality, the strength of this personality, I now want to go into a career that can give me high income, that is powered by tech, but maybe it's not coding, because some of us cannot. I cannot do it. I cannot go and learn coding. Why? It is not just my strength. So I'm saying powered by tech, not programming and all that, meaning project management is powered by tech. Product management is powered by tech. Digital marketing is powered by tech. Technical content writing is powered by tech. Something like so many, cybersecurity is powered by tech, but they are not coding careers. Do you understand? You will now say, out of these things, as in, if he now gives you 20, gives you 40, you will now do the second thing. Meaning, do I have experience in any of these things? You check it. Use your worksheet. Do I have skills in it? Am I even interested in it, in being that career? Let these 3 things check, mark it, as in put it in your worksheet. The next question you will ask in that worksheet is that you will now, not in the worksheet, that we will now go to the 3rd segment of this thing, is where I will share my LinkedIn screen after I take a break. So if you are here to answer the first 2 questions during the break, take it, because after that 5-10 minutes break, what we will then do is we'll now go to LinkedIn to go and answer the next 2. What are the next 2 questions? Which industries do these skills and interests align and fit? Let's say they say now that projects, out of the things they recommended to you was projects. And you say, this is not bad because I have experience in being an administrator. I'm always administering things. I have an experience in being an event manager. When they are doing party in my house, I'm the one that will say, do we have this? I'll be doing checklists. Oh, I have experience, whatever, in coordinating church events. That means you have something like project management. You check it. You will now ask yourself, when we go on LinkedIn now to say, in which industries can a project manager fit in? A project manager can fit into all industries that exist. Do you understand? In which industry can a product exist? Oh, in the tech industry where they're innovating the product. Do you understand? Then the 4th thing is market demand. What field has job opportunities, especially remote ones? It is possible you choose a tech career or a tech-powered career that does not have multitudes of remote jobs. An example can be you go and choose, like you want to be a global health coordinator, like health something. But there is a high chance that if you are working as a project manager in the health sector, you may be required to be on the ground of that health whatever. So even if you've chosen project management, it may not be project manager in an industry that allows you to do project management remote. So we must check the personality. Does it align with me first? We must check next, what experiences do I have that aligns with all these job it has recommended? Next thing is industries that have need for the 2, 3, 4, 5 projection career paths I want to pivot into, the industries. Now, the question is, out of those industries, meaning project manager in tech, project manager in health, human development, project manager, out of these industries, which one will be advertising remote job in that particular career path anyhow? Can deduce it when we go to LinkedIn. So that way, if you first narrow down, like let me say, AI recommended 20, say, I think I like these 5. Out of these 5, I think these 3, I have experience. I can say I have experience or skills in it. It is remaining 3. Then when we get to LinkedIn, now say out of these 3, we need to understand which industry can allow me work remotely, or which industries as high demand for me. After you now say these industries have high demand for me, you now say, do they also have high demand for me as a remote worker? That is how we then choose. It is after we have done those exercises, we now go and do skills mapping, meaning I have narrowed this down to this point. Now, what is then required for me in this industry that has high remote job? What is the job expectation like? That is what we will then do under skills mapping. Now, when you look at the skills that are required in that job, you now say, what is the gap I have? Gap analysis means, skills mapping means trying to look at the skill set, mapping out the skills, eligibility, requirements that is needed for that specific thing that we have chosen. Then after we do that, we then do a gap analysis, meaning, what do I lack? That is gap. What do I lack that I need to acquire to meet the requirement of this job? Again, who remembers at the beginning of this class, if you were ever wondering, why did I first treat eligibility first? Meaning, I want you at a glance, when we go on LinkedIn to say, I am not eligible for this one, or this one, I meet it 60%, so the gap I have is 40%. Or this one, I meet it only 20%, I have an 80% gap. If you do gap analysis and you realize that the kind of thing you have chosen, you have an 80% gap, but you are saying, I want to get a remote job in that thing the next 3 weeks, please, somebody should answer me, is it feasible? Your gap, when we do gap analysis, your gap, you only meet 20%. You don't meet 80%. Can you execute what I am teaching and get that job in 3 weeks? It is not possible. So when people say they've been doing this thing over and over, do you understand? I will say, what do you need? Did you do a gap analysis? Did you map out the skills that are required for this thing? You mapped it out. You looked at 5 different jobs. I will show you how to do it now. And those 5 different similar things. That's kind of thing. Now do gap analysis out of this thing. Which one do I have? I always say, please, if you realize that your gap in a particular thing, please, my advice, 2 things. 2 things, depending on the stage of life that you are in. I will say, if you chose 3 different jobs and you did skills mapping and gap analysis for those 3 different types of career, and you lack 80% in it, do you understand what I'm saying? It means that you have these knowledge programs, meaning you have a major challenge to meet any of those criteria. You need to go and acquire knowledge. There is no 2 ways about it. Do not waste a huge gap. Now, if you chose 3 different things and you have a gap of 80% in one, like you lack 80%, in one you lack 40%, in one you lack 20%, the obvious choices, because we have already streamlined them, these 3 careers I can do, it aligns with my strength. These 3 careers are in high demand. We've already done all those things. They are all aligning. But it is not a question of which one has a wider gap. I would say don't go with the one of 80% gap. Don't go with the one of 40% gap. Go with the one of 20% gap, because that one, it is only one small thing you would do that you would meet up. It's that gap analysis does for us. Now, we are going to ensure that we do that thing. We take a quick, now it is 7:43. We take a quick 10 minutes break. We'll be back here. And when I say 10 minutes, if you know me, I'm back here in 10 minutes, please. Take notes. So 7:43, by 7:53, if you have not done those personality, when I say I'm taking a break, I do not mean go and come. I do not mean log out. Do your work, because I am then going to be, right now, I'm just going to be here off camera. I will open my LinkedIn. I will open all the tabs on the LinkedIn that I'm going to use to show you how to do this thing, and do the same. Like if you have a LinkedIn account, preferably, because that is the platform I'll be using to illustrate what I want to teach. But if you don't, it's fine. I'm just saying, I will open my LinkedIn and start to do some exercises, so that when we come in 10 minutes, this is 7:44. So let's be back. Okay, let me just say 7:45. Let's be back at 7:55, 5 minutes to 8. I will start at exactly 5 minutes to see you in 10 minutes. Okay, it's a 7:55 p.m. West African time. How was your break? We had a 10 minutes break and we are back now to go to the workshop side where we are going to be doing two major things. And we are going to be doing in those two major things, we are going to be doing what? We are going to be answering these two questions. We are going to be looking at the industries that all the things we have identified from our personality test and skills can work in, and also doing skills mapping and gap analysis for those jobs we finally decided we're going to do. So are we ready to find these high-paying jobs that aligns with our interest, that is high-paying, that meets the fulfillment and flexibility that we desire? Let's go right into it, where I share my LinkedIn screen. So before I share my LinkedIn screen, I'm going to ask, how has this workshop been for you? Maybe let me just say, if you want to share, like, let me say, maybe I can take one person, can use the raise hand button. I will unmute them for like 2 minutes. Let's hear from you first before I know whether I should just, I should rest and I'm just not saying the things that you want to hear or something. Who wants to share? How has it been for you? Someone said impactful. That's from August, said impactful. Let me say, how has it been for you? Enlightening, okay. I'm still reading so that I know if I should continue. Loads of clarity and perception. Thank you very much. Eye-opening, eye-opening. I'm saying insightful. Thank you. Okay, eye-opening. So just basically, let's see how it has been for you before we go into the workshop aspect of it. Quite illuminating, very helpful. Thank you very much. So before we go into the workshop, let's get into it. Okay, fine, educative, informative, eye-opening, fantastic. Now, it makes you discover a lot about extremely enlightening and more valuable than the fee. Thank you very much. Extremely enlightening and more valuable than the fee. Okay, enlightening, it has been illuminating. It has given me confirmation of some ideas I had. Fantastic. Thank you very much for all that you have said around how the workshop has been. So you can continue to give your feedback in the comments section. And please, there'll be a Q&A at the end. So please, if you have any questions, whether you filled the form with Q&A before now or you did not, please just stay to the end. I always stay and take questions. So what I always promise is I'll teach you for about 3 hours. I can stay here for another 30 minutes after that to take as many questions as I am able to. So do not worry. I will take your questions, whether you had the question before now or you have the question. My thing with, there are some questions I'm already answering as we are going on. But if you have more questions at the end, I will definitely take questions, giving us all that is needed, the guidance, all the needed guidance. Thank you very much. This workshop has been very educative. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Now it is my LinkedIn screen. Now, I would like for you to know that I have won, attracted, or secured over 35 global opportunities. And why am I saying that? I started attracting opportunities on LinkedIn at the point that I could no longer apply. What is the point that you could no longer apply? The point, once you've met that 35 years of age, a lot of global opportunities that you apply for, that you have to say, I beg to apply, they start to discriminate with regards to age. And it is not discrimination. Most of those global opportunities, like let me say, as at when I went for Singapore Unleash Innovation Lab, I was under 35. Do you understand? So most of those things are always based on United Nations criteria, all those you are selected for. So in me teaching, because there are two major things that I run under iTrain Africa. I run my personal brand where I teach professionals how to attract opportunities under my GOP program. But then we have a training academy at iTrain Africa where we is the Skilled for Work Academy. It's Africa's #1 finishing school for workplace skills. We teach people workplace skills as programs, 6 weeks long and all that stuff. Now, why am I explaining this? Whenever I share my LinkedIn dashboard, people say, oh, wow, how come you have this? That like us, they're wondering what they are not doing right or good. Because if I'm not sharing my screen, you can't see my dashboard, you can't see my analytics, and you're wondering, how come this person, if I go to my inbox and I'm sharing my messages, they kind of reach out or something, you wondering, what am I not doing? I am giving you a backstory. Like I have always known how to apply for global opportunities. So, but I knew that for me to continue to get the opportunities I seek, I then needed to learn beyond applying. I needed to learn how to attract. And what is the major thing that helps people reach out to you? It is the value that a perceived value. You like, I will soon relate it to the kind of jobs research and the kind of criteria we are looking for. So the perceived value then means that when you are the one reaching out to me, age is no longer a criteria because I've already skipped that. Like I'm not applying, you are reaching out to me. So I basically went on that journey because of my own need of age cutting me off in certain applications. I said, if I cannot apply, I can attract. That way you won't ask me about age. And I know some of you in this room who may need that actual, like, how do I then do it? I'll talk about it at the end of this particular workshop, as if you're in that category, how I execute my PPP framework. I'll talk about if you want to get on that program and all that stuff. But first, let's look at, for the sake of application, like you want to apply, you want to find a job and apply for it on LinkedIn. Why do I choose LinkedIn? LinkedIn is the largest social network for professionals. What does that mean? It means that the network is designed with the decision makers, the people that are looking for the job, the people that are hiring for the job, the companies that have the job. It is a marketplace. And this marketplace has 5 major peculiarities that I would choose it over every other platform for the things I want to use it for. Number 1, it has 1.1 billion professional profiles. Give me another professional network that has that number. Number 1. Number 2, it has 65 million company profiles listed, meaning companies that have job openings across the world. Number 2. Number 3, it is one social media platform that allows you use it for as a personal website, meaning other social media platform, you just put a short bio, put this one, they say, list everything that you are, your school, your experience, your skills, your interests, your publications, your about session, your header, like everything. They say, use us. List out everything that can make somebody want you on their team for free. Like, it is one platform that allows you use it as a personal website. Number 3. Number 4, it is the most search engine optimized platform, social platform I know. I will break it down. Meaning, if I ever search for, I am looking for experts on consulting in biomedical engineering. If I search on Google, the first will be from me. It is search on Google, on Yahoo, on all those search engines. LinkedIn is optimized to make you be discovered. That is one of the things I teach experienced professionals on my platform. Number 5 reason why I choose LinkedIn. I said LinkedIn is one place that hiring managers go to find people themselves. Like, people come and find talent. Please, if you can give me any other platform that has all these peculiarities this way, in the amount and the bonus. I mean, you're saying, but LinkedIn also has jobs. I'm talking about of course, all these Upwork, Indeed, all those ones also list jobs. I'm talking about, aside the obvious thing that they list jobs, the other things, the perks. I said, all of them, Upwork, Fiverr, they list jobs. I said, now, if all of them list jobs, what makes this one different? Is this 5 things? You may not really understand the importance of that number 4 when I say search engine until you are a professional and expert that needs to be discovered. So you understand why you should be on LinkedIn and take it seriously. But of course, I'm not talking about LinkedIn optimization. It is a whole program on its own called the GOP program. Now, for the sake of those that will apply, even if you are applying, you are not trying to attract, you still need to do the barest minimum, at least on your LinkedIn, because if you are going to apply for a job on LinkedIn, a recruiter on LinkedIn has posted that job. I can tell you for free, if I, as an employer of labor, when I post a job on LinkedIn and people apply through LinkedIn, most likely I have not checked your CV at all. I have checked your LinkedIn. If certain things was not checked, you don't even get your CV opened at all. Like, I don't even get to look at your CV at all. Like the CV you took your time to spend money and optimize and do all those things. I don't even get to see it because your LinkedIn already gave you a. That is how important it is. And that is what recruiters may not say it openly to you because they'll say it is against something law. But guess what? I have been on enough recruitment seats. I have recruited people globally enough to know and tell you for free. Don't let anybody deceive you. It is what it is. You are being judged by what you put up on LinkedIn. Now, if you are now on LinkedIn like me and want to do that exercise, what's the exercise? Those two things I mentioned. If this is the home page of your LinkedIn, at the top, right on this top, you will see jobs, right? Now, the first thing I'm going to let you take note of is, you see these jobs, there is a search thing here and there's a location thing right on my screen. On that search, there are 3 different ways I use the search bar. I could use the search bar based on industry, meaning education. I could use the search bar based on position, meaning project manager. I could use the search bar based on the type of work remote. I repeat, I could use the search bar based on industry, education. I could use it based on job title. Many people just use based on job title. Accounting, digital marketer, content writing, do you understand? And what informs how I use the search bar? You may be in this room, and when you did your personality test and your, what's it called, the kind of jobs that your personality can do, you say you can be a project manager, you can do this thing, but you are not very certain of industry that you want to do it. Do you understand? You are not very certain. If you are that person that, oh, you know that I was doing admin, I think I can actually do project management. But when I was doing admin, I did admin in FMCG. I did admin in oil and gas. I did admin. If you have multiple industries that you have served, and you are not really certain this new line of thing you want to do, the industry, I would say, look at the industries you have worked, that you have experience in. When you look at those industries, you can come here and search by industry. Project manager, FMCG, project manager, tech, project manager. Do you understand? Join your title and your industry together before you even put location. Join your what? Title and your industry together. So I could come here, I will use project manager as an example. Project manager, health. And I leave the location as sub-Saharan Africa because when I am searching for jobs, I maybe tend to look at the sub-Saharan. You can use Nigeria, Canada, UK, anything you want to put it. I see. Okay, I didn't type this thing well. Project manager, healthcare. That's healthcare. Can you see the moment I type healthcare, it gave me only 6. Now, let me shorten it to health. Give me 96. The difference between health and healthcare is the care at the back. So I always tell people, when you are not certain, do not over niche down your industry. Just don't put early childhood education. First put education first as a bigger, like a wider range of search. Before you come and start saying healthcare, clinical, first put wide industry. If you already know, I think I want to be a project manager in the education sector, why would you even do that? Maybe you have realized that you are a project manager, you like to interact with people, and you have worked in the education sector. Maybe when you were working 5 years, 10 years ago, you liked when you were working in a school environment. I would like to probably teach at the university. I may not just like to teach at university chemistry. I'll probably like to teach the entrepreneurship and development. Do you understand? So if I'm looking for an industry that I want to go and be teaching them about employability, I will still choose education because that is the only industry I have expertise, education. Well, have I done different things in education? Yes, I've been a chemistry teacher. I have been an employability teacher. I've been a teacher of global business. Do you understand? But I'm still choosing that industry. Just look at the difference in search and you would see. Now, that's the education project manager on-site Nigeria. Now, you see these things that are on top, they are called filters. You can filter based on experience level, entry, associate, mid to senior director, all those things. You can filter based on whether the job should be remote. If I want to filter now, I click on remote. I click on show. As you are here to find remote jobs, if I click on 6, now you see this one, there are now 6 project manager health in the sub-Saharan African region that is opened as of today. If I have interest in this line, you know what I will do? I will then set alert. I will turn on the alert of that job so that if any job gets opened with relations to that, they will send me an email to say a job opened with relations to your search. And I'll go and look at it and see if of course, we are going to look at some of these jobs now and see skills mapping, gap analysis. Do we have the skills? What is the gap we have? And you see now, government-facing project manager consultants, something remote, easy apply. Project manager, remote, easy apply. Let's just take a look at this, remote health. If I change the sector of this same project manager from health to maybe education or to another sector, you will see what will happen. We may have more jobs. You know why? Health is one of those sectors that they have more on-site jobs than remote jobs. Health is the sector that has need for more on-site job than remote job. My voice is not bad though. Please, can you people hear me? Hey, whoever is saying volume and this thing, please check your volume at your end. Where are my team? Please, these people be replying to them because if they cannot hear, they will not know that it's them that cannot hear. Do you understand? So please, whenever you see people saying they cannot hear, please help me reply there so they know like it's their own network that is breaking. Do you understand? Okay, thank you. Very loud and clear. Thank you very much. Someone said, I'm not seeing the location bar on LinkedIn. Please, are you working on a, in fact, you should even see it even if you're on a phone. Are you working on a laptop or you are working on a phone? Are you working on a laptop or you are working on a phone? I'm trying to even check even on my phone, I see this, but let me confirm. Maybe, you know why I always say, let me confirm. LinkedIn is a platform. It is possible that overnight they changed it. So I always say, please let me be sure before I come and say, yes, even me, I can see it. Do you understand? Okay, on my mobile, I wish I could send it to you. On my mobile right now, I just clicked on the same thing, jobs, and I clicked on the search bar. As I clicked on the search bar, it gave me the search bar and Canada and the location. I will send a screenshot to maybe this thing. Moina, I'm sending the screenshot, so Moina can send the screenshot to the group on WhatsApp. Do you understand? Moina, send the screenshot to the group so you will see that I can see it too. Do you understand? I can even on mobile, I can see it. Like I simply on my mobile, if you click on LinkedIn on your mobile, if you're on a mobile phone, if you click on LinkedIn, at the base of your LinkedIn, at the base of it like this, you will see home, network, post, notification, jobs. Click on the jobs. When you click on the job, on top of it, you will see a search bar. When you click on the search bar, it will give you two drop downs. What you want to search and location. Have you done it? Okay, I found it, please. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. So now, because this is the workshop part, I want you to be doing, you have chosen. If you have been doing all the assignment I've been giving you since yesterday and now, this thing, you will be doing it alongside me for the one you are looking for. Do you understand me? Because right now, you know the personality. Right now, you will be saying, these are my experiences in this industry. Right now, you'll be saying, I've narrowed down to this career based on what AI recommended and this thing. You'll be talking about, do you understand? You would have been doing it small, 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 small to get here if you have been doing the work. Please don't just come here. I know I promised you a master class. In most master classes you attend, you just people come here and talk. This is this. My master class, I always do workshop. You will do work, you would implement. So when you are leaving this place, you have actionable steps. Now, if I change this industry, let me just change it. Let's look at education. Education. Let's see if we see. Can see I just change our project manager now. The search, I change it to education and I ask LinkedIn to search for me. I only see project manager education in sub-Saharan. I see one. But let me change location from sub-Saharan Africa to maybe United States in that sector. Just with United States. Let me just put USA. USA. It's taking time to load. Maybe I should cancel. Let me do resets. Let me ask you to reset all filters. I'm resetting. If you want to clear out all your filters, like you don't want it to, you want it to cancel out all the filters you have put, just click on reset. It will cancel out all your filters. This thing is taking time to reset. I don't know. It's taking time to reset. I don't know why. You know what? Let me just go to home screen so that it takes me out of this job thing. Aha, then I click on the job again. Great. Now let's search. I'll now search project manager. Project manager. No, 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 no. Let's put Canada, for instance. Why is this thing not popping up the location for me? Why is it not popping up location? It's taking time to, ordinarily as I start to type it should be reflecting location. I don't know why it's not. Education. So I want to search for location. I don't want Lagos, I want UK, United States. I may need to reload my tab. It's not, the location is not popping up. So just give me a minute to reload the tab. The location is like LinkedIn is messing up tonight with their location. Let me duplicate that tab and reload it. So basically what I wanted to, in fact, let me just use Nigeria while the other tab is loading. For instance, let me put Nigeria. Project manager education. This thing should load fast. So technology, do not do this tonight. Now, as if your owner has loaded on your mobile or your laptop, whatever it is you're doing, here's what you are going to do next. In fact, you should just load and bring me any job so I can use any of the jobs I find as an illustration. And I wonder why this is really slow tonight. The job search distance is pretty slow because other things are loading. Other things are loading, so I don't know why it is not loading. That job search function. I should have just used that other job. You know what? Let me go back. Let me go back and go and use the example of those ones that we searched before. Okay, now, great. So I'm just going to use one of these jobs while the other one starts to load. Remember, we did project manager health, sub-Saharan African region, and we had 96 results. Then we went ahead to say remote, right? And it showed us 6. That's what we did. Now let's use this thing to teach. Now I'm sure you'll be seeing that on some they will say easy apply. Can you see government facing projects is remote, it is easy apply. What does an easy apply job mean? It means I can apply with my LinkedIn profile. Like my LinkedIn profile is good enough. And recruiters like easy apply jobs, meaning they want to be able to deduce everything they need through just your LinkedIn profile, meaning you don't have to go through rigorous process. It's an easy apply job. I click on it, easy apply, bang, 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 3 steps, I've applied for the job. Now, I've seen a lot of people use this thing in the wrong way, meaning I said you have not done any work on your LinkedIn profile, or you are doing easy apply. Hey, as what? You have not done any work on your LinkedIn profile, but you want to do easy apply. It is either you choose to apply the hard way for every single application, or you choose to work on the LinkedIn once so you can be applying using easy apply, but that you will not do work at all. Let's be clear, it is a lie. Let nobody deceive you. In fact, finding a job is a job. Finding a job is whether it is remote, it is on-site, it is local, finding a job is a job. So I always say you need to choose which job you want to do. You want to do the job of learning how to optimize and do whatever it is on your LinkedIn so that you can then use that profile to apply for easy apply jobs or to get the kind of jobs you want. Or you want to do the work of learning how to apply for individual jobs and apply to those jobs. Whatever, both works, but you need to choose what work you do. If you ask me, I would say whatever it is you do, just try to do some work on your LinkedIn, because even for the ones that is not easy apply, even for the ones that is not easy apply, they still in the application process, they will not say, put your LinkedIn URL. So it means that even if it is not easy apply, they still will judge you based on that. So it's almost like whichever way you see, just that the ones that are easy apply, like they totally basically almost use your LinkedIn and maybe they say attach your CV. But I'm saying the ones that are this thing, they may say, okay, attach this, attach that. Do you understand? But most recruiters these days, they choose the easy apply option. When they post the job, they say easy apply because they can get all what they need. There is absolutely nothing a recruiter needs that is not, if your profile is what it's supposed to be, that they cannot get from the CV to the, what's it called, to your education, to your work experience, to who you are, to how your personality is, to all those things they can tell from your LinkedIn profile. So now let's look at the exercise you are supposed to be doing. In this room, let's say what you chose is project management, and you have said, I want to do project management in the health sector. If you find this kind of job, the next thing you want to do is, this is Nigeria. Let me look for one that is maybe out of Nigeria. All these are Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, this is Congo. This one will now be this one now most likely to be in French. If I click on it to be in French, I may not, but let me find it first and see. Okay, now it is not, the description is not written in French. Let's look at this. It's about this job. They talked about who they are, about us. For 19 years, we have been doing together about you. We are looking for a highly detail-oriented full-time project manager to lead and coordinate key projects across the organization. The ideal candidate is organized, communicative. You know why I'm laughing? Most of the job descriptions, all the skills they are listing as the ideal candidate is always under the fundamental workplace skills. not the technicality of the ideal candidates can use waterfall methodologies. Like in the summary of the description, let's start to take a look at it. What are we doing right now? Skills mapping. What is the name of this exercise? Skills mapping. We are mapping out the skills that is required for that job. Remember what I said eligibility is. Organized, one skill. Under what category does that skill fall under? Fundamental workplace skills. Under fundamental workplace skills, there are 4 skills, remember, digital skills, soft skills, life skills, and basic tech skills. You see, under that soft skills is what organization is. Organization is a soft skill. Communication is a soft skill. 2 soft skills. And experience in managing timelines and deliverables within a flexible work environment. Native English is required. Then they now said responsibilities, plan and manage is da 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 da. They talked about all the things that the person would do. They now said requirement 2 to 3 years of project management experience. Who remembers what I said competency, employability competencies are? Who remember those 5 things? The knowledge, the art skills, the fundamental skills, the aptitude or the attitude and all those things, and the experience. It is beginning to change. Of project management experience. They did not say work experience, meaning your project management could be that you are volunteering for your church. Strong organization here. You see these people. When you want to know what matters to an employer, they will say it 2 times. When they were describing in the summary, they mentioned 2 things, communication and organization. When they came here, they also mentioned organization and communication. It is really key to them. For somebody who come here and be what? You know what an average professional is going to that field will be doing? They'll be saying, I want to get PMP. I want to get a certification. When you have not mapped out the skills, the eligibility, what are they asking? Go and do that. Before you do anything, I always say, like I always tell people that before I pay for knowledge, before I pay for it, I always ask myself, what do I need? So it is the same me that will take $700 and pay for an online course that doesn't have certification or anything. But the same me, you would advertise to me that come and do one certification in this thing, you will pay only $100. I will not pay. You know why? I don't need it. Because I have come to LinkedIn to look at what I need. Because trust me, this is the employer of labor. It is their tune I have to dance to. It is what they say they need. If you did not remember that, remember what I said at the beginning of this workshop. It is their tune I need to dance to. It is what they say they need I am going to try to meet. Not what the society has dictated to me. Last, they are the people that are going to hire me. Let's be clear. So when we are doing skills map, we say this skill, they said they needed project management experience. Okay, that is item 5 that Dr. Derisola said. They said they needed organization and communication. What kind of organization and communication do they need for a remote workspace in a flexible work environment? Meaning communication. Do I know how to use Slack? Do I know how to use Airtable? Do I know how to tell my team members to check this? Do I know how to use calendar in a flexible work environment? Proficiency in project management tools. Are you seeing it? Trello, Asana, all those things are the same thing. So far, you can use one. You can use the knowledge of one to migrate to one. You don't have to learn 6. It's you that will learn Monday, you that will learn Asana, you that will learn Trello. It is okay. Stop learning upon learning and not utilize them. Learn one, use it to do the work you want to. It is a tool. It's not that deep. Now, experience managing projects in operations and support environments. Experience managing projects in operations and supportive environments. Ability to collaborate, another soft skill, collaboration. They have said it now. Effectively across departments. Skilled in handling and prioritizing adult tasks. What is adult tasks? The thing is happening now. They want you to be able to manage it now. Now that you have been thinking and be planning and be using methodology of this thing, you'll be saying, we first have to do initiation. We have to plan. We have to say, are you skilled in handling and prioritizing ad hoc projects, proactive and eager to learn. Please, in this entire job thing, they now say benefits, competitive salary and incentive, location, independent, 100% remote, opportunity for professional growth and development, collaboration. In this entire job, have you seen where they ask you for school certificates? Please, somebody should answer me. Have you seen it? Have you seen this job where they ask you for certification? I can go on and on tonight. I have navigated LinkedIn. In fact, there is a statistics that say that 20 to 25% of LinkedIn job do not even request for a degree, like a BSc, meaning I could be a secondary school person. If I meet it, I can apply. I know why I like LinkedIn jobs over all those other platforms. They come with, they are not all these $3 per hour kind of jobs in the global space. I'm talking about global this thing. Do you understand me? Why I wanted to search USA is because USA as a requirement, they need to declare the amount they are paying. So I like to use USA as a search location because they like to, United States, good. They like to, like, it is a thing for them to declare, salary, right? It is a thing for them to declare salary. So I like to use them as this thing when I'm teaching. I like to use them, right? So I'm going to reset all filters and search again. I'm going to reset all filters and search again. Now, let's search project manager health, United States. Are you seeing the number? Just give me one moment. That came, let me duplicate this. I wonder why it is not showing me the number on top, the number of jobs. Okay, now I'm scrolling up. I wanted to scroll up. Now, if you see this, by the time I now say, okay, the ones that are remote, this one, can you see it? Volunteer Scrum Master, driving nature connection, public this thing. Per year, $0 because it's a volunteering this thing, and it is remote. No, I don't, let me use the search thing of remote and see how many of this thing, 112. 112 remote project manager help. That job is still there. I didn't even know it was remote before I saw it. So whenever people are asking me, when I say, oh, you have to meet your experience, you have to meet experience criteria. You can use volunteer. They say, where do I find volunteering? I said, there are several places, but let's even start from LinkedIn is a place. One of my students, Hope Samuel, when she came on my program, I think the GOP program and the WFS program, the first opportunity she got globally was to work in this kind of role, in a project management role. Why? Because she had worked locally in Nigeria for about 15 years. She has done human development. She had done customer service. So she knew that, and she was just starting to learn how to be a project manager. So that's what she did. She got a volunteering role internationally because she wanted to get international experience so that the next job she applies to, she can say she has worked in that environment. That is why, that requirement of flexible environment, all that, she wanted to meet that criteria. So when she came on my program, I said, oh, do like this, do like this, do like this. Get a volunteering this thing, use it to gather experience, use it to to tick your box of flexible and international work experience and start earning. And that's what she did. By the second month, she has transitioned into a full-time job. Then she started to learn project management as one of our programs, project management, which we offer the academy, like that. I'll talk about her more later, but I'm just saying, these are real people. Another reason I like LinkedIn job, although be careful, because of how legit LinkedIn used to be, people have now come and be scamming people. But before, people didn't used to scam people on LinkedIn. It was always legit jobs. But right now, I always teach people that even those ones, some jobs are not legit. And you can even spot them easily. They won't have a company profile listed on LinkedIn. Like they won't have a company page listed. They will be telling you about money, as in, let's have a call, there's one monetary thing. So you can even, based on their shabby process, you'll be able to tell. Now, let's go to the second one. This one is $103,000 per year to $170,000. Compass project manager, remote opportunity. You are seeing it. It was posted 8 hours ago. Now, why am I showing you this job? This one is 100K. This one is this thing. Now, depending on your level, now we have used remote as a search word. We can also use level. Are we looking for entry, associate, internship, mid-level, senior level, based on where you are? Please, you can choose any of these things and say, I'm an entry level, I'm an associate. I mean, entry level means you are just starting that part. That is what entry level means. Associate, like that. You can use it because this one now we found 100 and something jobs. If you put that into streamline it again. Now, if I just put project manager without else, you will see the amount of opportunities that is going to come out. As I am doing my own and using it to teach you what to do, please do your own. That thing that you have narrowed down, so based on your personality, put it in the search bar, put location. Put it in the search bar, put location, and be doing this thing I am doing. Do you understand me? Be doing this thing that I am doing. Now, I will now pick one of these jobs. Let's do another skills mapping and gap analysis. Is there anybody in this room that is maybe an aspiring project manager or, is already a project manager, but they are looking to upskill and become a remote project manager or something? Is there anybody in this room? I want to use them to do gap analysis. Is there any project manager in this room that is trying to then become a project manager in the global space, or they are just starting, like them identifying, yes, I'm here. So eBay, Ezema, Abuja. Yes, I'm here. So you are a project manager in this room, but you're then trying to become a project manager in the global space. Fantastic. So eBay, let me use you as a case study. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions. Please, Esther, can you unmute eBay for me so that if I ask him some questions, he can respond to me, right? I'll just pick eBay as an example. Now, this particular thing, I want to do gap analysis with the real human, meaning we'll look at the skills and we'll then ask him, do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have this? Then we identify what he needs to do next. That is what we need to do. So as somebody, eBay, can you use the raise hand button so that my people can see you? Use the raise hand button on Zoom so that my people can see you, so that they can ask you to unmute. Then when I ask you a question, I'll pick the job, then you respond to me in some question. So let me do remote again. Remotes. For that role, just project manager remotes, United States. So it's loading. Okay, great. So I'm going to ask you to unmute. So this thing is filtering. Just give me a minute for this thing to filter, because I want to use an example of a remote job as an example. So just let's wait for it to load. Okay, I think, does this one still have the search? Okay. Let me use this Compass Project Manager remote opportunity. Let's use this particular job example. This is 103 to 107,000. Now, employer industry, healthcare. You may not even be in healthcare. What industry are you, eBay?
Electrical engineering. Engineering.
Do you have experience working?
Yes, ma. Yes.
Okay, you are doing engineering correct?
Yes, I have over 10 years experience in electrical engineering.
In electrical this thing. So I'm going to put project manager, maybe, let me put project manager, let me use a real project manager engineering. Yeah, that's what I'm put project manager and project manager engineering. Let's use your field. So we can then do a gap analysis and say, what do you have? What do you not have for this remote opportunity? Engineering, let's search. Well, project manager engineering, there are 4,266 roles in the United States as of today. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I had to ask for your field. What field are you? Now, it's like, if you're in this, what did I first say about industry? When I was talking about health, I said health is one of those places that you have limited amount of remote roles. Why? Because there's a requirement of on-site because it is health professional, right? I said, but the same project manager in another industry, you will see opportunities will open like this. You will not be.
Wow.
That's a practical example of it. Just by changing, I did not change any other thing. I just changed the sector. And I see 4,002 roles. Now, if out of those 4,002 roles, if I now choose the one that is remote I want, let's use that search this thing. Then we then do. There are 305 open roles under project manager engineering. Now, let's pick the first one. Let's pick the first one, development as a general project manager, remote eligibility, US, just let's pick anyone, like eligibility US, this thing. I'm looking for the one that project manager, AI remote, this thing. Why am I looking for one that doesn't have US in front? Full time, 100% remote. Why am I looking for that one? Easy apply. It is because those ones that have US listed in front of them, some of them always have eligibility of you have to be in what's it called in the US. Once they put that US, it's most likely that so those I don't bother. I just don't bother. Like, why am I bothering myself? I go and look for the one that does not have so project lead, engineering PL. Okay, let me look at this. This one. Now, let's say a professional service firm is seeking experience right to join their team. Yada, yada, yada. This role is remote with some travel 2 times per quarter. That is what they say. So once you see travel to Minnesota, most likely I will just scroll down. I will scroll down. Why? I will go and check if there's a requirement that I must already live in the United States. Because if they say I need to travel to Minnesota to go and do that thing, most likely you must already live within the United States. That means it is not full-time remote. These are the kind of things I look at when I'm doing this thing. So I go on to the next one. Let me look at this one. Because it's already told me at the beginning that it may require travel 1 or 2 times. I see this one, on-site, assignment length. Okay, let's look at another one. Start date, ASAP, assignment length through the end of the year, on-site, remote, or hybrid remote. So these ones, they are open. It's probably like a contract basis. Now, let's do a New Jersey-based media organization is looking to add a new project manager to lead the evaluation of an implementation of an AI product that integrate with business intelligence, that's BI tools, and all that. They look at opportunity, they listed the options they are open to. Responsibilities, they talked about all the things you would do. Now, the one I want to do is what it says, bachelor's degree in computer science, engineering, business, or related field. Now, that is where your whatever engineering background comes because that is now specific. For instance, an health project manager has to have done medicine. Do you understand? Because it is all this field specific kind of stuff because you cannot build an health or you say I'm an health product manager. You cannot build an health app. Like you want to build an app for health, maybe a resource that's going to tell health, oxygen level, but you did not do it in school. I don't understand. Where we start learning from? That is where the knowledge comes in, the knowledge requirement. Do you have knowledge about the industry? Because it's not an industry specific rule. Now, that's first requirement you check engineering. I'm going to ask you to unmute again. Proven experience in project management and program management, particularly in technology or media sector. Are you seeing where sector comes in? So if you've ever worked there saying, and I've wasted my time in doing this job, I say, you may have wasted your time in doing a specific job, but you may not have wasted your time in that sector. And that is what some of my clients leverage. They say, I have been in the oil and gas industry, but I was there as something. Based on what I know about the oil and gas, I now want to transition to be a project manager because that was not my goal. So when they are meeting requirements, when we are doing this gap analysis, they will say, at least I meet the sector criteria. I meet the knowledge criteria. I meet this, I meet that. What I don't meet is I don't know how to be a project manager. That one is easy now. Let me go and do a practical-based project management course to meet that one. That's all. I always say that it is easier to meet a professional demand. Like, let me say, oh, you need to have gone through a project management or you need to understand the knowledge of project management. It is easy. 6 weeks, you can complete a program in it. But you cannot complete a program in engineering in 6 weeks. because that one is now around knowledge of that particular industry, profession. Strong understanding of AI technologies, excellent analytical problem. Why am I saying this? He said excellent analytical problem solving and decision making skills. Again, under fundamental workplace skills. Exceptional. When somebody uses exceptional, you know why they are saying it? When a role is going to be remote, they cannot compromise on communication. Because they know that no matter how you do the job, if you cannot communicate the completion of the job, you are joking. You are wasting your time. You must communicate the completion of the job, because that is what really says you have done the job. Now, I'm going to ask you, Ibe. Now, yes, they now said desired, PMP desired, or other relevant certifications, like as an afterthought. But this, why would somebody first put qualification, first put fundamental workplace skills, and then put degree as desired? But they first put that one under compulsory. What do you think? That is to show you how they rate it. Like they would rather pick somebody who has exceptional communication skills over somebody who has a master's. But I see a lot of Africans invest in this energy. Our certification here. So I said, my sister, that certification cannot help you check that other box. So you have to go and acquire that one. So Ibe, out of all these requirements, which one, let's do a gap analysis based on this thing. Which one do you have? Which one do you not have?
I think I have all.
Can you say you have? No, the word excellently is there. The word, which one do you have? Which one?
I virtually have all. Excellent analytical problem solving. Of course, like my last role was I was a project manager, operational manager, and I had a track record. Some years back, I was also privileged to handle head of department, electrical and mechanical department in one of my roles. And I have a track record of excellence. Like excellence is like my focus.
So when you say you practically have all, I'm going to ask again, is it that I have all or this one is missing?
No one is missing, because when you talk about exceptional, like excellence is one of the things I practice, and I have
excellence
also I have more than 10 years.
In what?
Excellence in my job, like in
not your job. I'm asking specific question based on what is listed. It is key. You know, the way employers take it is, does he have an engineering degree? Check.
Yes, I have.
Does he understand how to use AI? Check.
Yes, I have.
Is analytical this thing? They ask you a situational question to understand how you think. Check.
Okay. Yes.
How does he communicate in a remote work team? Because it's a remote job. Check. That is how they check it. So things that has to do with, there is not a degree that they can see a paper for. You see everything from here. You know, strong understanding of AI technologies. They will ask you a question that has to do with, narrate to us a project where you have worked on AI technologies. It is experience they will use to check that question. It's experience. The first one they will use, like your degree, you have a BS, they can look at it from your LinkedIn profile, say you have a BS in engineering. Proven experience, they will look at it from your experience sector, like you have worked on product development. But the other ones, it has to be with you describing how you check it. Meaning AI technologies, I once worked on. You can see you're saying, now. Because you must first understand how they check it.
Okay.
Do you understand? So
I also have a qualification.
Number 3.
Okay.
In AI technologies,
yes, I had a certificate with ALS, and I've used AI, worked a lot of remote jobs. I also participated in a lot of competitions, and I have the certifications, which is also in my LinkedIn. Okay, I have certification.
Now, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. The last one, the communication. Have you worked in a remote team as a project manager and you were able to ensure that there was no communication breakdown?
I think that's where I'll have to. I've never worked on that, and that's why I'm looking for now.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, when people
Yes,
first glance through a job, they'll say, I missed this one. I
yes.
say, you don't understand how people are checking you at an interview. They have to
Okay.
ask you situational questions, not because you say you have it. And that is why
Mm.
people submit CVs endlessly and they don't get that job. Because
Wow.
how they are checking if you have that skill is not by listing it on your CV. You see a lot of this exceptional communication, interpersonal, they are by descriptive ways of projects.
Wow.
You have to describe how you meet it, the how.
Wow.
And
Mm.
that is one of the things I teach on WF, which is a Workplace Fundamental Skills Program, is how to write a cover letter that showcases that you meet the fundamental skills. It is easy to prove technical expertise, meaning technical expertise. I have engineering. It is easy to. So things like the first three things are your technical expertise, engineering, project, they are technical, like technical careers. They are technical requirements. The last two things are not technical requirements. They are job
Yeah.
ready. Everything is common to everybody. That is always, I kept repeating when I was teaching, that is the hardest part for people. And that is what is responsible for remote work. They can find another
Wow.
engineering graduate, they can find another project manager, they can find another person who has technical expertise on AI. What will differentiate whether they hire you for a remote job is the last two things that you need to show, not say, I have a certification in AMS. And those showing is typically covered on a cover letter, not a CV, which is why CVs don't work for most people in this remote job search. They have not understood how it is being checked. So in your case, if I look at this thing and I was to assess you, I would say, you have a 60, because if they say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or something like that, I'll say your gap analysis, you have a 40% gap. That's what I would say. Like if I was to assess you, I say you have a 40% gap, because if you cannot describe to me those soft, or what people call soft, what I call fundamental skills, you cannot describe to me how to not meet it.
Wow.
Now, very much for rendering yourself as a case study in this class. I'm now going to go back to my slide. Now, for everybody in this thing, because of limited time, we cannot do, I need you to do the same thing that I just did now, using eBay as a case study. Search for the
Okay,
job.
ma.
Yes, please.
So my master's degree and the degree has cannot come in at 80% at least. You are still giving me 60%. I
You
also
see
have
the
the master's
first
degree.
requirements,
Yes.
qualification, what they need. So when they say a desired, meaning, let's say they give knowledge 20%, they give this thing 20%, they give this on 20%. Do you understand? So they will now say, if there are two candidates that meet all this first 5, what will now help us take 1/1? That's what desired is. When I got my role at UN Live, they put, you must be able to do the same way they put those qualifications. And I said desired, a degree in project, be a certification in project management, desired, a something, desired. They put something around project management, experience working as a project manager for at least 3 years for my global program coordinator role. As I then, I had never done a project management degree. I had never done anything regarding to the desire. But guess what? Goes up, I met it. I met
How?
it.
How?
How? Because I could
Yes.
prove, number one, I had done a project with Unleash, which helped me to work in multicultural teams. Like Unleash is like a global network of people from 163 countries. That's what I went to do in Singapore. Then they gathered us in an innovation lab. So when they said you must be able to work, you must have great interpersonal skills and have worked in multi-diverse teams, I narrated my Unleash experience. 110 countries I have directed in such a distance, and I've communicated clearly the projects. When they ask for communication. After Unleash, that COVID hit, I became an Unleash ambassador. I had to execute projects virtually, innovation labs virtually, that people subscribe. I was the organizer of that thing, meaning that I had done such and communicated clearly in that thing. When they said this thing, I used all my non-significant, seemingly non-significant experiences to describe how I met every of those criteria. And I got in. I'm sure there was someone that had a master's in project management or whatever that they interviewed that did not get in. You know why? I need you to see from the perception of a global employer. What is value to a global employer? Ability to deliver the job. That is what is value to them. A master's degree doesn't matter because it doesn't help them get the job done. It only tells me you have knowledge. In a remote job, they don't pay you for knowledge. They don't pay you to learn. They pay you to execute. I will repeat it. Execution is the most important thing to them. So they will say, if you can prove to me that these skills you say you have utilized them in a similar situation, it doesn't matter if it looks like the packaging, I would go with you. And that is how I currently hire in my organization. When I'm hiring, I'll be seeing interviews, they say, I've done 6 years at the bank, I've done this, and I'll be looking at you like, you won't still fit into my organization. Because I do not judge by the criteria that is why many people hire bad. Because they are still hiring by archaic eligibility criteria. Internationally, they hire for attitude. They hire for doing, not for degrees. Until you realize that, and then start to play according to their templates, it's just going to be running in circles. And that is what most Africans have seen. They'll be compensating for their lack with degrees. I say, if you like, have 10 certifications, 10 masters. It doesn't still compensate for this. And these last 2, that is why they don't still hire Africans for remote job. They will say, I cannot be chasing you or telling you to update your tax on Airtable. I cannot be chasing you to ensure that you are on Slack and very responsive. I cannot be chasing. Why? Because you will stress them out. But it's not as if you've not done the job, but you're not communicating the job. So they know. So when they are saying, have you worked in a clinical? And please, what do you now do after this class? If you doubt, right, just this same search I did, do it. Open 10 jobs. For everybody in this class, open 10 jobs. That is how you will know for sure that this thing is repetitive. It's common to everybody that is asking. Do it for whatever job you want to search. Open 10 different jobs. Be looking at the qualifications and requirements. By the time you do for 10 jobs, you will see similarities in all those job requirements. I can bet you for free. I can tell you for free. By the time you do for 10 jobs, you will see that they are asking for the same thing. In different tones and languages, they are asking for the same thing. So what do we then do next? Thank you very much. This now needs to go to the concluding part of this. What do we do next? We then need to say, whatever my gap is, I need to commit to filling that gap because there are no 2 ways around it. We have seen how to find the job. We saw only for eBay 4,002 something. We now went back to remote engineering. We started to use filter. We still saw 300 and this thing. These are jobs that are willing to pay as high as 100K. But in me doing analysis for eBay right now, I have seen the gap. So the question is 60% okay? Yes, if they don't find another candidate. But guess what? There's a guy in China. There's a guy in India. Those people, oh, they are so good. I will not lie to you. If you've ever worked with an Indian or this, they are type A workers. They are type A workers. They bring everything to the table. They are what? Type A workers. They bring everything to the table. And when you are looking for a remote job, there is no excuse of, well, I'm African. I said, unfortunately, you are playing in a global talent pool. When you play in a global talent pool, You act like a global citizen. There is no preferences. Okay? There are no preferences. Now, which brings us back to the very beginning again. Two major skills, your technical expertise, like your engineering, project management, and this thing, and of course, the fundamentals. If there is one thing we have seen from the exercise we just did, it is the fact that we keep having repeated soft skills. That's why it is a peculiarity for remote jobs. I cannot lie to you. If I sat here tonight and decided to narrate my entire interviews of my international whatever opportunities, not just jobs, because I've gotten on several partnerships and everything, it's the same thing. When you want to partner with an organization internationally and they're reaching out to you, they're trying to check if they partner with you and you're working on the project together. Can you navigate Google Workspace? Can you collaboratively work on this thing? When I was at UN Live, we used to partner with shared studios. These people that do movies in the shared studios of movies, all these Disneyland people, right? I remember there was a particular guy. I used to think like, why does he not like me? It's because I'm Black and this thing. But I realized that it is the past experiences this guy had with Africans. We feel we deserve a seat, but we don't want to meet up to the expectation of that seat. Like, I remember in my organization, we used to use Miro as a collaborative work tool. And by the way, if you're going to work remotely, you must understand this collaborative work tool and all that stuff. I'll show you how you can probably understand it, right? But you need to understand all this collaborative work tool standard. Like, we used to use Miro for collaborative work too, and of course there was Monday for project management and all those things to work collaboratively. Now, in their own team, they used to use Airtable. In my team, we used to use Monday. But we were working on a collaborative project, meaning that whether I liked it or not, their own remote collaborative project management tool, I needed to understand how to use it because I was on my side. I was a global program coordinator and there was somebody on their side. There was no excuse. I was on a project. I needed to learn that thing for communication on completion of projects. So they were not really concerned about me knowing agile initiation planning. They were concerned about me being able to monitor the timelines on that project and execute, ensure that my person in Alaska is this and that. Utilization of my other knowledge to manage that project. They were not concerned about the specifics of this is initiation stage. That is knowledge-wise. On the job, it is different. So your technical expertise is one. But you see this one, it is easy to meet your technical expertise like you just saw for eBay. It's 10 years of experience, is this, is that, it meets it. Then when it comes to the fundamentals, it's struggling. And that is one of the major reasons you need it. Now, there are three persons in this room, and you will fall under one category. If you are person one means you have both skill sets. Please, before you say I have, refer back to eBay that I use as an example now. eBay kept saying I have. Do you understand? Refer back to eBay. Do you understand? You have both skill sets. You have the fundamental workplace skills that are required to work in those kind of settings. From the digital skills that are required, the soft skills, the life skills, and the basic tech skills. Something use of Canva. In the global workspace, well, it doesn't matter what you are doing for them. It doesn't matter what you came to work as. Ability to navigate Canva for basic work. What do I mean by basic work? Canva presentation slides, PDF conversions. Like, there are so many things that Canva does in a basic global workspace. It doesn't matter what you are doing there. You are sure working remotely on that team, you must understand the basic tech skills. Ability to set up Zoom meetings, ability to stream Zoom meetings. It is just like it is fundamentals for them. Like, we will be thinking it is hard. There it is fundamental. It is a requirement. That is not even said because they expect that you know what fundamental skills are for the workplace. Now, so if you can say that you have all these fundamentals and you also have your technical expertise, what is the next step for you if you are that kind of person? If you are not transitioning careers, meaning, let's say Ibena is not transitioning careers, he's still doing what he needs to do, project engineering and everything, and he's not transitioning careers. But in his case, he doesn't have both skill sets. He has his technical area, he doesn't have fundamentals for the remote workspace. You understand? Now, if there was someone in this room that had both skill sets for setting, the next step for you after this workshop be to prepare your career assets. in this order. Sorry, not in this order. In the order of your LinkedIn needs to be ready, your cover letter needs to be ready, then your CV is third. If you are a person in this room, you check based on all the things I've described eligibility, you check both skill sets. What you need to do as action points next is prepare your career assets, your LinkedIn, your cover letter, and your this thing. Now, your LinkedIn, I've already explained why LinkedIn is the most important, because it doesn't matter whether it is easy apply, if it's not easy apply, you cannot be an experienced person vying in a global space and your LinkedIn is not telling that kind of story. It has to tell that kind of story, right? Because you'll be talking about the projects you have worked on and all those things. There's a whole lot that you need to do for your LinkedIn to tell you. You need to first be clear about the kind of message. Meaning, let me give an instance. There's a professional that has done human development 5 years, has done customer service 5 years, but the kind of opportunity she's trying to get in the remote space is, and she has probably done project management 5 years locally. If what she's trying to get through LinkedIn is project management, she needs to have clarity of the kind of message, the kind of stories, the kind of profile she builds that to be contained in the about section in the header that tells a story of her competency in what she's looking for, not for her past job title. I repeat, a LinkedIn that tells the story of what she's looking for, not for her past job title. First, when that is done, if you don't know how to do that, I have a program that covers at the GOP. Then you move next to your cover letter. Your cover letter per application needs to be customized for that application. How do I mean? Remember I said to eBay that the best way for him to describe that he meets it is through his cover when they are interviews, meaning in your cover. I told you for my own, I described that, when they were telling me this skill, you must have this skill, I used my cover letter to describe how I have that skill, not to list it on my CV. There's a whole lot on how to write such a cover letter. Again, I think it's on one of my programs. Not even one. It's on my workplace fundamental skills program, and it's also on my GOP program. I talked about how to do that. Then the third thing, CV. Because CV is always like, oh, wow, you look good on LinkedIn. Oh, wow. And when I say cover letter, please take notes. Your cover letter could be your cover email, not a letter as in letter that you're attaching. I mean, the cover, like whatever it is, the cover. Maybe your cover could be a cover DM, meaning if you are sending someone a DM for an opportunity. So that introductory thing you write is what is called a cover, meaning what the person sees first that you talk about first before they now go and look at the other attached. That is a cover. So whether it is a letter, it is an email, it is a DM, it is a cover, right? Now, after that cover, I say, oh, wow, this person is great. See, they will meet all these skills. Then I say, let me see where they went to school, the certification they have. CV is third in that line. So those are the three things if you are such an experienced person in this room. So what you need to do is then leverage on your experience to then get the global jobs. How? Based on all what we have done since morning. Search, your experience, use eBay again if you're an experienced person as an example. He knows his experience, he knows his field and everything. So in doing gap analysis, what you would then need would then be these three things. But eBay, in your case, you need beyond these three things. You also need a fundamental requirement. Now, the second category of people in this room, experienced transitioners, meaning you have experience in a field, 10 years, whatever, 5 years, 2 years, whatever, it doesn't matter. Those second category of people. What do you then do? You want to transition to a high paying, because when you did your exercise, you realize that I have administrative experience for 10 years. But this admin, it is similar to project management. Though, based on when I went to LinkedIn, I started to see that you must be able to organize in my office, and they're always organizing all our retreats. I'm the one organizing, but it is admin that they said it is my work, but I'm the one doing the project management. You can transition into an adjacent career that will not stress you too much. Or maybe in your team now, you have been doing sales. When you're doing sales, they just gave you one product in that sales department to say, this product, make sure you meet 80% of sales of this product. So you are responsible for that product. You're always managing the product. You deliver this thing. You are indirectly doing product development or product management you don't know. Someone like that, if you're already excelling at it, how do you then shift from being just a salesperson to a product manager that is an high income career? These are the things you need to do. Please, let's take notes. In the remote global workspace, or even if it is not remote, in the global workspace, you see that fundamentals. It doesn't matter the category you fall under, you must have it. So you need the fundamental workplace skills, and you also need technical experience or expertise in this new field. Now, how do you get technical experience and expertise? Here will be my advice. One, you take a skills-based program. Please read me again. I did not say take a certification. Take a skills-based program. People have abused certification. Do you know what certification is supposed to be? Certifying that you can deliver. Meaning I have been doing it. Like a project manager is supposed to be doing the work. Let's say, okay, for international purpose, let me get certified. How many people have done IELTS in this room? IELTS, that English test. That they say, go and write IELTS. How many people have written IELTS in this room? You know, IELTS is a certification of English. They are certified that you can speak English. So, did you learn how to speak English? Like, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You are only writing the exam to certify that you already know how to do it. Do you understand? That is what certification should be. Like, I already know how to do it. I know how to do it. Just certify me. So if they are comparing me with somebody from India, China, that learned it from different places or that executed it, all of us are being unified by a global exam that certifies that we can do it. Certification is not experience. Certification does not teach you skills. It certifies that you can do it. That's why I have to use the example of IELTS. Like, IELTS certified that you can speak English. IELTS is not a representation that you have been speaking English. So it means you need to take, so for you that you are transitioning, you do not need a certification first. I always say, if you are at a career point that you have been doing this job, you now want to get into some bigger gigs, like, okay, maybe like eBay now. And I say, now I need to be able to show that this thing, let me go and get certified, but he has already been doing the job. Certification is perfect because it then gives you international recognition. But I am telling you for free, when people are hiring, first, they check for ability to do the job and execute. First. So when I say get onto a skills-based program that covers the desired career path you want to enter. What is a skills-based program? A program that is being taught by an experienced person on the field, not by an academic coach or teacher. Meaning, get a person, someone that is doing an online course in product management, that is a product manager on the field that is doing it. Because how they teach you is different from how somebody that is going to teach you how to get certified will teach you. A person that wants to teach you how to get a PMP for projects will be teaching you. There are 5 stages of project management: initiation, landing. They will be teaching you theoretically to get certified. But theory is not what you need to do the job. But the person that is a skills-based professional, they may not even know how these 5 stages, but when it comes to experience, rich experience on executing the job, they will teach you back and front. How we went to one project at Ilasa or at this thing, and the stakeholders are chasing us. That's how we run for our life. This is how we manage to meet timeline. They will teach you the practical aspect of the job. One of the things that we pride ourselves on at the Skip Work Academy, we have 3 major technical programs: project management, product management, and content creation and listening. It is being taught by a skills-based trainer, not a field trainer, not a academic, let me teach you how to pass PMP. I said because why? We created an academy for career starters or transitioners or people that are advancing career to gain practical skills to do work. When we say we are a global employability academy, I said employability is the operational word. Employability. I teach you things that gets you employed, not things that just get you, I am certified. Now, the third thing you need to do is get relevant experience. If you are transitioning into an adjacent career, our volunteering internship, I talked about Hope, one of my students, that is what she did last year. And now she earns from 2 international jobs in the US as a project manager. As her last year match, she had nothing, no experience, no skills around project, and she transitioned into it, earning in dollars. That is what she did. Now, of course, just like the other ones. So in your case, you will have to get the fundamental skills. You will need to get relevant experience. You will then need to do the third thing, which is the LinkedIn optimization and all that that the first person also did. Now, the third category of people in this room are people that are just career starters. No experience, no technical skill, no this, no that. Here is my advice. I see a lot of you want to become virtual assistants because you are career starters. Why virtual assistant? Virtual assistant requires only the first set of skills, fundamental workplace skills. On my fundamental workplace skills program, that is WFS, Workplace Fundamental Skills Program. Some of our students call it remote workers program. Some call it virtual assistant program. Why? Because just with that program, learning those 4 sets of skills, you can do all this fundamental work remotely. What do virtual assistants do? They support people, they assist people with common work, like work that are fundamental, meaning organize your drive, set up calendar, all those fundamentals. But the difference between a virtual assistant and a remote worker that has technical expertise is the fact that someone like eBay that has technical expertise needs to know how to do all those fundamentals. Then use that fundamental to deliver his technical expertise. Let me give you an example. eBay gets a work remotely. They send him a calendar invite for a meeting. They expect that eBay will get a calendar invite, will know how to operate a calendar, attend that meeting in the time zone that is specified. So even if they did not ask him to have, they did not advertise for a virtual assistant, but by the virtue of the fact that he's going to be working virtually, remotely, he must have that virtual assistant skill, which is what I call fundamental workplace skills. So if for you, the work you are going to do doesn't need technical expertise, meaning what you want to help somebody do is calendar management, keep track, do bookings of their site, manage a community virtually online, all those things that does not require engineering, technical, anything, you would get a job just by learning the fundamental workplace skills, which is covered on our documents. That is what virtual assistant do. You assist me in doing all these things that are not really technical. But even right now, there are now technical virtual assistants. How do I mean? People are now hiring virtual assistants in a specific field. You'll be hearing virtual assistants HR, virtual assistants legal, meaning I need you to have some technical, some legal background to be able to help me draft all this legal, to help me, edit. Maybe I want to hire a virtual assistant to help me look through and see if I have all these errors in my legal document. I would hire a virtual assistant that is probably a year 4 student in law school. You know why? That then knows how to, that then has the fundament. Why? Because in you editing a law document for me, you must understand my legal jargons. I cannot hire a layman to do it. Before you will see me say ab initio, or you will see me say a garnishi matter. You will think I made a mistake spelling garnishi. You will go and remove it from my document. You understand what I'm saying? So even if you're working as a virtual assistant, technically, you still need that technical knowledge in the list. Maybe no, they don't expect you to have legal experience, but they need you to have legal experience to serve as a virtual assistant legal. Because they need to say, okay, when you see a legal word, you know it is a legal word. And those are the kind of virtual assistants that earn highly, meaning because they have a bit of technicality attached to their job and they have niched down the virtual assistant they want to do, they can command a significantly higher pay. So even when people say they want to become virtual assistants and come on our WFS program to learn it to become a virtual assistant, or others that come on our WFS program to learn it so they can work virtually or aka remotely, I always say, make sure if the first one is your case, try to have a niche in your virtual assistant, meaning try to have a sector which could be based on your knowledge in what you studied in school. It could be based on your life experiences. Maybe now you are a student, you don't even have any legal degree, but you have been working with your dad, who is a lawyer. You understand all these things, so you have some knowledge around it. You can then use that to say, I now have fundamental workplace, a remote worker skill. I will then use it to apply for a virtual assistant legal because I have some experience in it. Do you understand? However, I always say, if you're a career starter, it is good. It is okay to start from being a virtual assistant. If you want to say, I want to work remotely, like, my recommendation is never to work remotely as a starter. I always say, because of you learn a lot of things. But now say, maybe your situation, which I don't know, needs you to work remotely. Maybe, for instance, you are still in school, you are a student, you cannot do a full-time on-site job. There are some of the people that have gone through my program. Someone like Joy, she was 17 or 18 when she came to learn this thing. So during holiday, she'll be working remotely. So she needs to continue that job while she's in school, so she cannot be on site. I said, it depends on what your situation is. Someone like that is a perfect arrangement to have to be a virtual assistant working remotely, because why? She's combining with something else. So the thing does not have high demand. But when a work does not have high demand, it also does not command high income. It does not command high income. So I always say it is a good place for a career to start, get fundamental workplace, maybe supporting people as virtual assistant, but it does not command high income. The higher you want your income to be, the more niche you need to be, meaning you must then have a technical skill you bring to the table, meaning I'm a project manager, engineer, product manager, whatever. If you check project manager now, $100,000. Go back to LinkedIn and go and search virtual assistants in the same US. It will probably be saying $30,000. Why? It is not a technical career path. But it is a good starting point for people in this category. So what do you then need? You need to take it, of course, skills-based program that covers fundamental skills. As you progress, you need to then take a skills-based program in the career path that aligns with all the analysis you've done. Then the third thing, you need to get experience. Please volunteer, intern, so that when you finally are getting into that new career, you already have experience on job. And of course, the last one, that one is compulsory for everybody. Do you understand? Now, if you are now saying, what are the strategies? As a first person, meaning I have both, what are the strategies you need to build a personal brand and place that personal brand on LinkedIn? That's a strategy, no other strategy. As the first category of persons, like, oh, doc, I have done my CV, I have optimized my LinkedIn, I have this thing. What do I then do at this point? If I've checked all those my gaps, I'll say, build the personal brand and place it on LinkedIn. Then start to attract the opportunity. That is a strategy. But you need to first complete all those things that I've just mentioned now. The second person, transitioner. What is the strategy after you have done all that? You need to what? Position yourself in the new industry. How? Go to LinkedIn, go and join the groups of project managers. Position yourself in that industry when you're just starting off in that industry. That is what you do. Position yourself in that industry. Now, if you are a third person, you are a starter that I just finished describing, you need to create an elevator pitch that is impactful. I did not just say elevator pitch. What is an elevator pitch? Meaning a 30-second selling thing for yourself. Someone used that thing in WFS. In WFS, it is module 6. I call it the self-selling module. How you sell yourself to total strangers. And they will answer you. I remember there was a particular batch that someone said, Doc, I wanted to try it if it would work. As I wanted to try it, I went to LinkedIn. I used that pitch to somebody in their DM. They scheduled a meeting for me that day, and I got the virtual assistant job that day. I like, yeah. I like, do you think I thought it from my head? I thought it from my experience. It's what I have done before. I have organized a global mentorship conference twice. The second edition, 15 of my speakers, I used that pitch to ask them to join my program without paying them. You think I'm teaching you what I've not done? I teach you it is my life I am teaching you. I'm teaching you how I have gotten these things. I did not read it on Google or Bro. Now, if whatever gap you have falls within you needing fundamental skills or needing how to build your strategy for LinkedIn as an experienced person, that's the person one. The first recommendation I have for you as part of our programs will be for you to take what I call the, what's it called? The complete global journey offer. What does that mean? If you are person one, like eBay, that has experience as this thing, but is lacking in fundamentals and positioning, that means it needs both the fundamental workplace skills program and the GOP, just like Hope did last year and Azizat did this year. So he does not need to learn any technical program. He's not transiting. He does not need to, two things he needs. He needs the Global Opportunities Program that will teach him how to build the LinkedIn profile, optimize it, position that profile in such a way that they are seeing the value and asking him, join my team. If you are then doing that, I will put a caveat. Aziza paid for my GOP first. I now told her, I said, Aziza, you will attract opportunity, but if you cannot deliver in a global setting, you will mess yourself up. You need WFS to have the fundamental skills for this global remote work. And thank God she listened. Last week, somebody reached out to her internationally and said, we want to partner with you. So how did she get that reach out? She used GOP to build such a formidable profile to attract such. But guess what? When it was time to write the person back to say, proposals and everything, you see that fundamental thing. One of the things that comes out on WFS is how to write concept notes, proposals. Why? You cannot be playing in the global space, not know how to write reports, concept notes, SOPs. It doesn't matter what you are doing. No. I cannot lie to you. It does not matter the profession. You will need it. It is fundamental. Now, if you are person two, transitional, I will recommend the transitionals program, what we call the Global Career Program. Why? We nicknamed it the transitionals program because it is always a combination of WFS, that's the fundamental, and the transitionals. And any of our three technical programs, meaning you want to transition into project management, product management, or content creation and content strategy, you can take the transitionals offer, a combination of both. Now, if you are someone that's saying, I don't even want any technical anything yet, but I want to at least learn fundamental so I can become a virtual assistant, meaning an assistant that is working remotely. You probably just need a fundamental workplace skills, which is what people call our virtual assistant program, or just the remote workers program. Because in your case, you don't need any technical expertise. You don't need any strong LinkedIn positioning to get virtual assistant work. It is easy. Like, not that it is easy, but it has a lower barrier of entry, unlike those other ones with technical expertise. Now, what is in the combination of GOP and workplace this thing? We sell these programs all the time, like independently all year round. But tonight, I bundled it up as an offer. And what is in this offer? If you look at the cumulative of what is in this offer, there's a profile building and clarity course, which is on the GOP. What does that do for you? It simply helps you get clarity on the kind of opportunity that you want to position for LinkedIn, and it helps you to build the profile for it. The second course helps you to optimize LinkedIn for the opportunity and teaches you how to write the kind of articles that get you found not only on LinkedIn or on Google when people are finding people in that area so that they can reach out to them. That is what GOP contains ordinarily. GOP independently is 268,750. WFS independently is 107,500. Then coming, and of course, there are several bonuses that amount to a total of 830,000. But in this offer, taking the two together, if you know you are like an eBay, for instance, eBay needs this particular one, meaning it needs a combination of GOP and WFS. For tonight till May 25, or till we have the first 50, it is 350, meaning 268 plus 107, it is more than 350. But till this time, it is that. Now, it is not even about the reduced amount because I don't do discounts. Ask anybody around, I don't do discounts. Do you understand? But do I give offers? Meaning, I just put two products together. If the difference on it is like, let me say 20,000, 40,000, I just bring it back to the round figure, right? But you cannot come and ask me for discount on the program. I don't do it. Do you understand? Because I always say my programs are subsidized. WFS in 2023, people paid me 300,000 for WFS alone. And they are still thanking me and praying for me. You know why? They have gotten jobs that their first salary was not $300. So when I say people paid me $300, this is 300,000 in 2023 for the same WFS, and still came back to thank me, brought a frame to my office to say thank you. Mm-hmm. But that particular program is now currently subsidized to 100,000 technically. It is the 7,500 on top is VAT, government money. Do you understand? So it is subsidized by 60%, meaning we took off 200,000 of it, and you are getting that 100,000. So WFS used to be 300,000. GOP used to be 500. So GOP is subsidized by half. That one is subsidized by 60%. So when people ask me for this, I'll say, no, some people have even paid me double the price of, put the price of this thing. So, and they still came back because of the value in it. But for this offer, there is something that is more. Last year, I used to offer coaching programs to individuals. Like for the GOP, I used to do GOP as a group program, which is GOP. But what I teach inside GOP is what I call my PPP framework, profile building platform. That framework, I also used to offer it to one-on-one clients as a one-on-one coaching program. And those programs were starting from 1 million naira. But at the end of last year, I said I was not going to offer coaching programs again. Even at the 2 million, I'm not doing again. Why? I do not have time. I have a lot on my hands. I said, go on GOP. One of the reasons I subsidized GOP, I said, get on GOP. Get clear. I will show up live for you as a bonus. I will show up for 6 weeks, every week, 6 weeks, 3 times in a year. I will do 6 weeks, 7 to 10 p.m. Just get on it. Because I cannot be offering my time one. It doesn't matter if it is 1 million or 2. It is counterproductive for me. Like I would rather mentor people as a group than do it individually. Hence GOP. Hence all our programs right now is like every program I have mentorship / coaching with it as a group, because that way I say, okay, I do 400 people at once, makes sense. So that is what is as a bonus here. So I'm telling you that the kind of coaching 3 months I used to do individually for over 1 million, we are now putting as a bonus on those programs. Because I eliminated it, but I still see the need for it. So I put it as a bonus on the group offerings. So for the very first time, we are offering that 3 months mentorship career something where we are going to be executing a challenge, a 60-day challenge in that mentorship program. I would say day 1, this is the action point. Because I realize that for experienced people, let's be honest, sometimes you have the knowledge, execution is the major problem for you. Like you need someone to say, do this on this day. Today, this is the action plan. Today, this is the action, like do this on this day for you to achieve results. I am an educator enough to understand what are the challenges when it comes to learning and execution. I understand them. So, which is why I put all these bonuses to help you execute and deliver results faster, not because GOP does not deliver results on its own. GOP comes with bonus live workshop, it comes with all those things. But this time around, beyond the bonus live workshop, there's now that mentorship thing that this is the first time we are doing it. And I'm even canceling it in the future if I don't have time for it again, like the extra bonus. But this is the first time I'm doing that extra 3 months mentorship kind of group for challenge and everything like that. So if you are willing to take this offer, I will say, please ensure you do so on or before May 25. If you do it after May 25, you know what happens? You will buy WFS single, you will buy GOP single at a higher price, and you will not get any of these bonuses that are worth over 500,000. That's what I'm saying. Like, you will still get it. People have paid me for GOP since 2020. You understand? They didn't have this offer. They didn't have these bonuses. And they are still saying thank you. So these bonuses is just an extra from me. Now, if you are category 2 transitioner, we offer 3 programs that are technical, meaning if you are asking, I want to pick up a technical career that I know is in high demand and it is high income. My recommendation in this order: project management, content, products, in this order. of his demand. In the order of his income, it is product management, project management, and content. Product managers earn the highest internationally. Why? It is like being an entrepreneur in a business, like you are innovating products. That is what entrepreneurs do. It is mentally tasking, right? However, I always say if you are African, know your limitations. Product management or product owners or developers are not commonly they are not commonly in Africa or hired in Africa. Why? We are not innovation driven in Africa. Innovation comes from the West. So I would say, please know your environment. So a lot of product innovators are from the West. Do you understand? So even if it has the highest money, there is a higher chance that you get hired faster as a project manager that is African than as a product manager that is African. Please take note of that. So the money is higher, but in the order of getting hired, project managers get hired first, content, then products. So if you are interested in any of these 3 programs as a technical career, that offer is 300. So how much is this technical career independently? It is 215,000. So WFS is 107. If you want it together, the offer is 300,000. Again, with that bonus mentorship 3 months community and 2 of my master classes. What are these master classes? There is master class of skills and experience monetization, where I basically taught how I have monetized my knowledge. That's what how I have done it. That's a bonus. And there's another bonus that is called, it's like a goal setting this thing, but I don't really think it's a goal setting. I got a review about that thing today. And the person was like, this is not a goal setting this thing. You are basically telling us how to set up our life to become high achievers. That it is beyond that. That's like, I shouldn't call it a goal setting, like I'm underrating it. You also get it as a bonus. It is typically 32,500 and people are bought. But it's a bonus if you take this offer again till this thing. If you are asking if there's a split payment, yes. But please take note, if you are splitting your money into 2, you get only one of those workshops. Like if you pay in full, you get the 2 workshops, the mentorship community, you get all the bonuses. Do you understand? But if you are paying half, like twice, you still get the 3 months mentorship, you get the 2 courses, but you get only one of my workshops. That is how it works. Now, if you're a starter, you are saying, me, I just need to do remote work as an assistant. I don't need technical skills. I'm not an expert. I don't need to position anything. But I need remote work. I need to do virtual assistant. I need to do, even if it is community manager that does not require any technical expert, I need to do it. WFS is for you. Start from there, learn, intern. And when I say intern, one of the things that comes with all our programs at the Skill for Work Academy, that is whether it is project management or this thing, we offer internship. There's what we call an internship program, where our alumni that meet 70% of their assignments and 100% completion of their course. Like we basically connect them with partners that have open internship roles and things like that. Of course, they have to apply. If the role is application, you have to apply, do you understand? But we basically then put in a word with you and all that stuff. So we used to charge for that service at 215,000. In April, we added it as a bonus to everybody that ever goes through the SMW Academy, because our mantra is you need fundamental skills, you need technical skills, and you need experience. So you are paying for the fundamental skills or maybe the technical experience, and we make the 3rd one, if you need experience, as that kind of category, like a bonus. So in fact, people paid us in January. Like people that paid us in January, we refunded them their money in April and said, they were supposed to start in April. We said, no, that we are no longer offering it monetary, but you must qualify. If you don't qualify, you cannot get into that program. So again, there are more ways that we are looking to help people serve. So I'm going to take questions for the next 20 minutes. And Muin and my team will drop all the details about these programs or you can just visit this itrainafrica.com, our products, this URL. It will show you all the products I'm talking about, or you just visit our offers. Our offers, I think there's a page that's called our offers. Yeah, there's a page. These are the master classes that are bonuses. The 3 master classes are bonuses that comes with the GOP or the transitionals program. So if you're on the transitionals program, this first one and this third one is a bonus. If you're on the GOP, the one that combines GOP and WFS, these 3 are actually the bonuses. So questions. I can see Obian Ujumwa for raising up her hand. Please, Obian, would you go ahead with your question?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Ma, for the opportunity. Thank you for the training. I really enjoyed myself. It's really an eye opener. Though I've been aspiring to be a remote worker since last year because I did a 6 months program with Google on digital marketing. So as it stands now, I'm a professional digital marketer, and I've also, elevated my LinkedIn according to all what you said. I even have up to 7,000 followers right now. So I think I gained a lot to doing this master class, but the exact thing that attracted me in being part of the master class is the fundamental skills you talked about in terms of the communication skills that has to do with um, Google Calendar, Google Drive, and Slack, because I think I'm lacking a bit in them. And those things were mentioned as bonuses. So my question now is, are we not going to get them as bonuses as we're told, or are we going to pay for them after the master class? Thank you.
So thank you very much. We did not mention Slack or skills training as bonuses. In fact, it was clear for me that this is not a skills training. Ability to use a tool is a skills training. Like, if I say this is how to use Slack for work, I'll be saying, do like this if you want to. Do you know it's a skills tutorial training? Like, understanding you need to use Slack for work is what I just did. Like, you need to use Slack for communication, this thing. A skills training is like a program. Like, you will say, do like this, touch like this, touch like this. And I'm just first explaining what the skills training is, not a master class is. Do you understand? So in the whatever we explain, we said there are 2 sets of skills you need to work remotely, just like what I said today. That's what was said in that thing. Then under the first category of skills, you will need fundamental skills such as the navigation of workplace skills and this. And under this, you will need this. Not that you will get trained in using the tools. Do you understand me? So you may have maybe misunderstood, or the communication around that. You may have misunderstood that. That is why at the beginning of this training, first I said, this is not a skills training. Like, it is not a skills training. It is a clarity. This is what you need kind of training, not the skills. Nobody can teach you a skill in 3 hours, even if it is 1 skill. I cannot even teach you how to navigate in module 2. Yes.
That means you just mention them a fundamental skill requirement that we need to, not that be taught or give something to go and learn it as a bonus.
No, they never even mentioned a bonus. Like, what we said as a bonus was a guide, open remote roles. That was even the bonus that was mentioned, not a bonus of.
Okay, I think the misunderstanding I had was when I saw it was mentioned, because out of the 2 major skills we need, then they were mentioned under the fundamentals that are in the communication aspect. So me, I thought, okay, maybe we are going to be, taught how to make use of them, or probably be given something to go and learn them much later, since you may not be able to cover everything in the master class. Because the fact is, those are the major things I need right now, because I've built myself throughout last year. I devoted my last year in building myself into becoming a remote worker. So I'm kind of trying to, because I registered my digital marketing agency, I'm trying to use my this thing to also do some internship and learning, and because what I did, the 6 months program I did with Google was like a practical class. Everything they gave us, so many activities and all that. So I need to start implementing them. Then I need also these fundamental skills, the communication skills, like I mentioned, the Slack, the Google Drive and calendar to support myself. So
I
I
get
don't
what you're
know.
saying.
Yes,
That's
ma.
what I'm
So is
saying.
there
If that
any
is
way
what you
you can
need,
help me with that? Is there any way you can help
if
me
that is
with
what you
the
need,
communication? Mm,
if that is what you need, then you need to get on the WFS. That is what you need. The WFS is what you need, and it is what every remote worker needs, because it is not about communication. WFS has 70 plus lessons under fundamentals.
okay.
It is not a one lesson kind of stuff. Like I said, categories, 4
Okay.
categories of
Sorry.
stuff.
Can I get clarity on that? Like, how much does it cost, and what's the duration?
The fundamental, what's it called? The WFS, that's the workplace fundamental skills. It's a 6 weeks online program. 6 weeks online program where you have 7 modules that addresses different categories of fundamental skills. Category 1,
Okay.
digital skills. Category 2, basic tech skills. Category 3, soft skills. Category 4, life skills. 4 categories. Now, under each of those modules, you now have different navigation of workplace skills, like Google Workspace. In fact, I would say, do you realize that some people cannot even send proper emails for the global workspace? And they will say they can. Because, you know why? They don't even know what it looks like. So if you go, in fact, Moina, do something for me. Moina, drop a link to our Seller WFS. The WFS is hosted on Seller. My entire curriculum, you will see it on Seller. You will see it. Why did I list it? Someone can decide to say, I'm Googling each of these lessons and finding it on YouTube and not take WFS. You know why? A tool, the producer of a tool can walk you through the usage of the tool. If you go on YouTube, you would find usage of Airtable, usage of Google Sheets, usage of this, as in how to navigate the tool. What you would not find is my experience on how I use it to do global work. And that is what I teach on WFS. I don't like, tool is a tool. You can Google. So when people say, how come you listed, like, in fact, you will gain access to the module 1 of the WFS for free. Like,
Thank you.
we have had over 11,000 gain access to module 1. What does module 1 talk about? Clarity, something like what I just did now. Module 2 is where we now start digital skills. So I always tell people, like, you can even see all the headlines of lesson 1. What you would not see is how I used it in my global remote workspace as a tool to deliver work. And that is what is covered on the WFS. So I think what you need, and I would like to clarify to you, because I have seen this happen in the last 5 years. I've been teaching professionals how to use LinkedIn. There's a difference between using LinkedIn to get global opportunities and using LinkedIn to gather followers. Many people use LinkedIn to gather followers, which is not right. If you come to my client, I always say, I want them seriously. I said, never participate in a LinkedIn challenge. What are you looking for on LinkedIn? Are you looking for opportunities, or you're looking for followership? Let's be clear. I showed you the dashboard of my LinkedIn, what it looked like. Did you see how many followers do I have? 6,000. In one day, in a day in February, I can get 82 connection requests. I decline. If you send me a LinkedIn connection request, I would decline, most likely. Why? I understand how. So when you see my title, if many people call me LinkedIn coach, I say, nah, I'm not a LinkedIn coach. I teach you how to attract global opportunities using LinkedIn as a tool. LinkedIn is simply a tool to me. What I teach you is my framework for opportunities. And many professionals get it wrong. Because they have heard LinkedIn is a thing. They go there and say, oh, they even join PODs, as in what is all this thing? Let's do a LinkedIn challenge. You comment on my post, you comment here for activity and engagement. But there was someone that came to me last year that wanted to get on my GOP program. And the person went ahead to say, in fact, I have 20,000 LinkedIn followers, in a very rude and very, kind of way. And I said, okay, madam, I've heard you. Why, like, if I may ask, what brings you to inquire about the GOP program? He said, I'm trying to get, these opportunities, this opportunity to talk about. I said, ma'am, I said, then I'm not even sure I had up to 5,000 followers. I said, ma'am, I have less than 5,000 followers. In a year on LinkedIn, in a year, I would attract 12 plus group opportunities. I'm saying the minimum in a month is one. I could go and start scrolling my messages with that. People will reach out to me and say, can we have a partnership? Beginning of last year, I got someone from World Bank to have a partnership discussion on how we can go to take SW forward. Following month, it was another person from IFC. Like this year, I have had 2 international partnerships, a podcast request on India. Like I can, if I open my inbox, you will see. So I've taken too much of people's time this night, but I could go on and on about all the things people are doing wrong on LinkedIn that is stopping them from attracting opportunities. It is enormous. And it is because I have seen a lot of LinkedIn coaches that do not understand the intricacies of it and the purpose and objective of it. I said, LinkedIn is a platform that favors quality over quantity. You can even Google it. It favors what? Quality over quantity. My clients will come to me with 163 LinkedIn followers and attract opportunities in 5 days, international opportunities. I kid you not. Go on that page that I gave to you, on our GOP page, Global Opportunities Program. It is called I Train Africa. Moina, please drop that link. It is impossible for us to talk about all the clients I've worked in the last 5 years. Just go there, read some of the stories. 5 days, 163. Like, someone will say, I don't need the job. They will say, oh, do you have someone in your network I can recommend? 5 days. And I've worked with professionals from 27 plus career titles, as in job titles. 27 plus in the last 5 years. I've worked with ex-presidential aspirants, AGMs of banks, GMs of banks. Name it. People from the UK, US, Canada. There's a client of mine who, she worked with me. She went to the US, she relocated to the US and everything. She was on an MBA in the US. They came to their class to teach them LinkedIn. LinkedIn came to teach them about LinkedIn. But because there are some things that struck her that this is how you use LinkedIn as an African who is seeking global opportunities. She stepped out of the class and called the person aside that, that thing that you said in class will not work for me as an African. I say, oh, humor me, how do you mean? Then she explained to the person what had explained to her. And the person was like, oh, wow, we never looked at it from an African point of angle. Our sample population is the US. I said, yeah, right. That is why you give a LinkedIn coach from the US your $500 and it will still not work because they are not African. They don't see it from an African point of view. I am a user of the platform. There is nobody you can learn from better than someone that has used it themselves. I did not create the platform. I use it to work for me, not to just, I tell people I'm not on LinkedIn to play. I'm not on LinkedIn to gather followers. I'm there to get my global opportunities game. I do not care about every other thing that goes on it. I care about if it is working for my objective. And why I had to explain that tonight is I assume there are a lot of professionals in this room that may be making that same mistake. Please step back. I have seen people come on my program. After they listen to the first couple of lessons, they go on LinkedIn, go and remove all their connections. They go and remove it. Yeah. Because there was a client I worked with, she was from the UK. She's an influencer. She's a Facebook influencer. She came to work with me one-on-one a couple of years ago. And she said that, Jerry, I used to attract opportunities. I wonder what happened. I said, what did you do? I said, oh, she had 30,000 followers on LinkedIn or something. I said, what did you do? She said, that recently when she moved to LinkedIn, that she now went to tell her Facebook followers that she has now on LinkedIn. They now did kindly follow back, follow. I said, hey, I don't want to mention her name. I said, you just ruined your LinkedIn for the purpose you built it for. You ruined. She said, how? I said, the way LinkedIn works, because they're a platform that favors quality first. Have you ever noticed when somebody sends you a connection request or you send a connection request to somebody, do you know what LinkedIn puts as a caveat? They say, make sure this person is someone that you know very well or you have worked with or you have schooled with. Have you ever seen that? When you send a connection request, they will put it as a caveat. When they do that, it is because when you are connected to someone, see, there's a whole lot I thought on GOP. If I start teaching, you will not leave here tonight. But I'm just going to stop here. Like, because when you are connected to me, you will see my post, I will see your post. And the people that are connected to me will also see because we are on connection. But when you follow me, I don't see your posts. The people in my network don't see your posts. So it means that I need to keep my value circle small, which is why I don't accept connection requests, so that I can ensure that the people in my network are value-based, so that opportunities that are valuable keep coming to me. When people start doing that follow for follow, I say, all of you are looking for opportunities and all of you are now using connection for connection to go. Who is going to give who? See, this thing is really deep. There's a whole lot, like strategies. I don't teach tutorial on my GOP, like tutorial, let's navigate. I teach strategies. Like I've used it, rinse and repeat over the years. It still works. It doesn't matter the continent. US, Australia, Canada, UK, it doesn't matter the industry. 27 industries I've worked with. Not the experience level. Dr. Chet had 32 years in oil and gas. He had worked with Shell. He was looking for another thing that was higher than that, MD of an oil and gas, and he got it in 2 months after the GOP. Some of my guys say, Doc, you don't sing the praises of GOP enough. And I know. But GOP is only application-based. Like you cannot get on that program until you apply for it because you must have nothing less than 5 years of experience to work with me on the GOP. It's experience-based. So I always tell people that if you don't have up to that, my advice, please, there's no need for us to apply for this or be doing application. As let's go do application route, get your fundamental workplace skills. On the fundamental workplace skills, that's why it is subsidized. I cover letter, I cover this and that. So I'm just going to answer some other people's questions that have been raising up their hands since. Please, I hope I've answered you. So next time that someone is asking you how value-based you're listening, number of followers is not a criteria. It is not, it is far from it. It is far from it. Because if you are here and you're asking about, as in this particular thing that you have developed the LinkedIn, it should have worked for you by now. That LinkedIn should have worked for you by now. It is not in the numbers. LinkedIn works differently from all this Instagram, Facebook, and they work differently. That is what I'm going to say. Olasumbo, please go ahead with your question. Olasumbo, please, I've asked you to unmute. I can see your hand has been up since. Olasumbo, please unmute yourself. You are not unmuting yourself. I can hear you. Good evening. Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the whole program. It's been very illuminating, and I have a bunch of questions, but let me start from the last. I'm not sure if I need the GOP and the WFS or the GOP alone. I would say I'm transitioning, but according to my personality test, I'm not suited for any of the tech career that you offer. It's what AI tells me is AI ethics consultancy or cybersecurity analyst. So what do I do? How do I go about that?
What's your background? What's your background? What do you currently do?
I'm a research fellow. I am an academic doctor, and I'm doing like a postdoc now. So it's always been research, and academia. I've taught in academia as well.
So, but you don't want to do it anymore?
No, I like teaching, but I don't want to do it anymore.
Makes sense. Well, yes, I understand. I totally understand. You get to that point. Like some of us get to that point, not you get to that. So I totally get it. So what it means is that I need to pick up something like you say, you need to transition. Now, that research, your research was in what?
I have a PhD in education, and funny enough, my postdoc, I'm doing it in health healthcare, so in like the clinicals, but I am coming in as an education interventionist.
So what it means is, I won't go with AI recommendation because you may not have given AI your background, which is why I had to ask for your background. So your background is in or what you're currently doing, your postdoc is intervention and everything like that. So,
Okay,
and you have
another point to note is that I've always been interested in cybersecurity, sort of. So I took a boot camp, like a 6 month boot camp, and I also did an entry level certification thing. That was my what I did to just test the waters if it was something I would like to continue with. So I did the very um, um entry level certification, which I passed.
and what was that? What was your experience like while you did it?
It was interesting. Apparently, I found out that cybersecurity is in has two branches, and the popular branch that everybody knows is ethical hacking.
Mhm.
There's
There's
also
another one
the
that is
GRC.
policies. There's a
Yeah,
policy
so it's the
aspect of it.
GRC I'm interested in.
That is what I was just going to tell you. It's right because when you say you're hard, that's why I asked what was his experience in that. So there is an evolving part of cybersecurity, which is a policy part. And in fact, I feel like, not I feel, because there was a particular thing we held a couple of weeks ago that we brought a cybersecurity person to come and educate people on emerging careers. Now, that particular thing, one of the things she kept talking about was like, you see that policy aspect, they will even be doing all those hacking, they're not even doing any coding, they're not doing, like, it is not the technical jargon part, it's a policy part. So when you told me you did all this intervention and this, I was like, oh, this is going to look like a policy kind of, like you are probably working on policy development and everything for your research already. Whenever I'm trying to help people get clarity on how they transition, I always say you cannot transition with plenty gaps, meaning you must come with something from a previous career. So that is what I was trying to find. Like, okay, background in education, you're working on postdoctoral intervention and policy this thing. We can take that policy aspect of it and then take it into the cybersecurity aspect that has to do with policy. But you cannot transit totally without bringing something from your past experience. It is hard. It's just really hard because it would mean that you will now go back to entry instead of you to have leverage on the experience, right? So I think you've made a wise decision regarding going toward the policy. Now, the next step for you with to that technical aspect would then be, my advice would probably be you need to find a, I can't say, you need to find a person, like a person that is in that line. It's more like, I hate to use the word mentor, but I need you to find a professional in that line that you are going to serve. You are going to serve. You are going to help them do things that they are not proficient at, that you already have expertise in. Give an instance, you know how to do research. You cannot be an academic, I don't know how to do research. Just like, you know how to do research.
Yes.
When they have something to do, offer to help them do that research. You would serve for access. When you serve for access, you would then, because in them doing research, you'll be doing research around whatever it is they are doing anyway. So what you are probably offering is your academic knowledge on how to do research methodologies and everything like that. In helping them, maybe they are trying to form, whatever it is they are trying to form, put together an initiative, you will help to gain access. Now, it gives you soft landing in that career. That is what it's going to do. Because with access, they start giving you small, this thing, can you come? Let me help you do it. Let me help you do it. They start to talk about, please, in doing that kind of thing, give before you ask.
Okay.
Give before you ask. Many people make a mistake of, they start to pitch on people's LinkedIn and say, XYZ, I need this. And like, it's not about, remember, it is not about what you need. It is about what the other person needs. I kept repeating it throughout the course of this masterclass. It is not about what you need, it's about what they need. Serve for access. Because at your stage, if you've done the course, you've done this thing. Now, in addition, if you see anybody that is a professional, not a certification, a professional in that field, that has a course, a vocational course, like the way we have WFS now, a vocational course, a skills-based program in it, enroll in it. One popular person I've seen in that field is CCNED. CCNED, Confidence Tablet or something. They call her CCNED. She's a cybersecurity leader. I don't know if she has a program on it, but please, even if she doesn't, find someone that has, like, is a professional who taught, who is in the field, who is teaching it, not the other way around. So if you must upgrade, don't upgrade based on certification, upgrade based on the person that can teach you the ropes of that. That would be what I would say. And of course, use your this thing, then you can go and then start applying for what's it called, entry something in cybersecurity that has to do with the policy aspect of it. Now, that would be my recommendations to you. Now, in you doing, you say you don't know if you need GOP and everything. I don't think, right now, you may not need the GOP. You need the fundamentals. You don't need the GOP because GOP is going to help you attract what you intend to, but you don't have experience yet in what you are seeking. GOP helps you to attract the opportunities you are seeking. If you don't have experience, yes, there's nothing to position you for. We will only be positioning for you the academic grades, which you don't want. So you probably need the fundamentals, then you go and serve and find the skills-based cybersecurity stuff. Those are the 3 recommendations I have for you. Are you still with me? I can't hear you anymore. Okay, I can see you now. I think you muted yourself.
Network cut off, so I just came back in, but I heard the tail end, so I'm sure by the time I watch the replay, I'll catch the part I missed. Okay, so my second question, you said I've heard in the past that when you write your CVs, the way that it's internationally accepted is that you don't put any personal information like your address, your date of birth, year of graduation, and yet in this program you mentioned that that at a point you get cut off, like your age cuts you off. So if you don't put personal data on your CV, so how do they cut you off with age?
Not for jobs. Not for jobs. I wasn't referring to CV in this regard. I wasn't referring, even like the CV, there are CV templates on our program, whether it is GOP or WFS, there are CV templates there. There absolutely no way. The only thing that is on my CV in terms of even location is Lagos, Nigeria, not address. Lagos, Nigeria, no reference, no, all those things are not there. Now, I'm going to say this, not for, I said when you are applying, because I was talking generally about global opportunities. I said when you are applying for global opportunities, such as all those innovation labs and everything, the UN that sponsors all those things, have an age which is 35 for, because 35 is what you do, not job. Yes, you don't know, it's not job right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, another question. Now, for us to have relevant work experience, is there a minimum duration that you should have?
If you're an experienced person before that comes with some form of experience from another field, you could actually get relevant experience in 6 weeks.
Okay.
That's short. Because you have come with something before. So you just need to, get relevance for that thing.
Okay, for the role that I want.
Yes. Oh, last year that came on that GOP and WFS, it was just about a month that she's been doing the volunteering work before she got the international discipline project management. Do you understand? Because why she had done some human development, customer service that had some small relations to. So she just needed to do that volunteering to have the time to. So she now volunteered as a volunteer project manager because she had some skill set that she could import into project management. But she needed to have that job title. So when they ask her that, does she have that job title before as an experience, she will say yes.
Okay. So, and my final question, you mentioned using the use of certain tools. I know that could be industry or career specific. So for instance, now let's say I have course to use Asana. Do I need, like, how do I prove that I know how to use that tool?
Great. So for instance, if it is an interview, I'm going to say, for instance, in an interview, if I'll give an instance of an interview and if it is also a written thing. For an interview, for instance, I'll now give a practical example of myself. When they asked me that question, I don't know, one of those interviews, those were international interview about for an innovation that wanted to take place, that's in that they're going to be, that this project is going to be innovation based, and they're going to be working collaboration with some partners, XYZ, and they're going to be doing the innovation lab. That how do I ensure that we are able to execute the ideation phase? And ideation phase of design thinking is always where people are posting sticky notes of their ideas, one per minute, one per minute. So I understand the entire technicality around the job. So they were asking me, how will I do it remotely? Do you understand? So the first thing I said is, I was like, oh, of course, we're going to use Miro. Why? I had used Miro before for that kind of stuff. So I knew what I was talking about. I said, so I first established, I'm going to use Miro. I said, okay, walk us through how. Do you understand? To do the job, not walk us through the navigation of the tool, to do the job. So I said, okay, here's what's going to happen. I said, considering that we are going to be having 10 teams of three people each from across, let me say, different African disciplines, I want to innovate product and do this. I said, one of the things I'll first recommend is that on our mirror board, we create a brainstorming session where we can then have this single color sticky notes for group A. On this one, we do single color sticky note for group B. So we will, I said, I will recommend that we use 30 minutes each for the ideation phase, since we're going to be generating 30 ideas. There is absolutely no way you can be describing what I'm describing if you've not done.
Okay.
I'm not describing that on a mirror board, you will see sticky notes. On a mirror board, you see navigation pane. That is not what I'm describing. I am describing how I will use the facilities on it to execute the job you're asking me. And that is another mistake I see people make on LinkedIn. They want to prove that they know how to use it. So they now come and be doing a Asana tutorial. I said that thing is a YouTube video. It's a YouTube video. Don't you get it? You think that is what I'm selling as a course? It's a tutorial. I'm talking about how do I use it to execute the task you have given me, which is the most important thing to the employer. How to use it to execute the project. So you must describe, whether it is an interview or it is reading, you must describe how a tool helps you achieve the goal of that project. Stop. If you can't, then you have work to do.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, we have Princess Maria. Then after Princess Maria, we have Aisha Ali. Princess Maria, please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Oh, good afternoon. Good evening. Where are you joining from?
Good evening. I mean, sorry, from Lagos, Abuja, Nigeria.
Oh, I thought you were somewhere else, that maybe Canada. That's what you're saying. Good afternoon.
I was on this laptop since afternoon. That's why I forget that it's night already. Sorry for that. I'm one of your students, ma. I finished my WFS some days ago.
Oh,
I think I have this question
Maria,
in the
Maria, not Maria.
Yes.
Oh, I remember you.
So okay, so I finished the course now. I don't know which, though I didn't finish my courses, my modules yet. So I don't know now. Should I just do the volunteer phase before going for the GOP, or is it the TP I'm going for? I really don't know. I left my job about 7 years ago.
I remember your story.
Almost 3 organizations, Voice of Nigeria, was Central Bank, then military, whatever. But I left them 7 years ago, so almost everything I've forgotten. So I want to do something different from what I do before. Though I used to be in IT, but now all the thing I know in IT is totally different from what is happening now. So I don't know. Is it to transition or to just go started from the this thing as the beginner, or to just use what I have before and just go for the GOP?
Did you like what you used to do before?
Yeah, to some extent I do. But now I don't think I can do them anymore because I left them for a long time.
I get what you're saying. So basically, what used to be IT 7 years ago is no longer IT. There was no AI. There's now AI now. So I understand totally what you're saying. So here's what I'm going to say. Depending on, because IT is no longer IT, So if I say you should start positioning your experience as experience in IT, you don't have IT experience based on today's requirements, right?
I don't.
So what you probably then need is to pick a technology-powered career. That is what I would advise you do. And because of, again, your experience, age, and all that stuff, I would say, please go for something that is probably easy. Project management. When I say easy, like project management is not technical. You can use transferable skills to run project management. That is what I did to do my job at UN Life, as in transferable skills. I manage projects within my organization, so I can use it to do that project. Do you understand? I would say go for it. And with WFS that you've already gotten onto, you'll be able to navigate digital tools, basic tech skills, and navigate. So when you are doing project management, for instance, project management tools such as Airtable, even a media intern in organization navigates it because it is a work tool. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is those kind of soft landing. So what you will now do is when you go for that kind of project management, you will now use it. You will use it to now go back to the industry you used to play because it is a familiar
field. Yeah.
No, I keep saying I don't transition multiple things at the same time. So you go back to the field, you learn the new thing. So you go and use that new thing just use it because you will still be able to navigate that industry. So when you are saying we should get hired as a project manager in the whatever sector, in the, do you understand? So what you lack in experience on the job, you will compensate for industry knowledge in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And based on my personality test too, they asked me to go for project management.
I didn't even know that. But I remember your story from
the last offboarding session
and everything like that. So I said, remember your story. You seem like a very coordinated arranger of things and everything like that. That's why I said, that's what I would recommend to you to do. It's an easy entry kind of thing.
And the next thing is about this thing, we talk about it on the offboarding too, about the payment. If I'm going for this, so now you are expecting me to go for the GOP now.
No, I'm saying go for project management, not GOP.
Okay, I think the project management is based on the GOP. I mean, it's under TP.
No, it's under technical program. Project management is a technical program. GOP is a program that helps every experienced professional position their experience, attract opportunities. But for you now,
after I did my project management, then I'll go for the GOP to position
because you need to gain experience before we can position it. If you say we should start positioning you now, we're positioning experience that you don't have in the new field that you are getting in.
Okay. So that payment, according to
GOP, have the experience that is relevant that they want to position.
So okay. I didn't reach that level yet. Okay. So based on this thing is supposed to close by today, Abby?
Yes, that offer that was alumni closes today. Yeah. The alumni offer closes.
Okay, but I didn't finish my modules. You agree to me that I can pay half and pay and go for September?
Yes, please.
At that time I finish all my courses. Okay. I just want to be clear on that, man, so that I will not go and pay for something I don't know.
Yeah.
So I pay for technical now, for technical skill now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome, ma'am. Now, Aisha Aliyu, please. I'll take 2 more questions. So Aisha Aliyu and Wale Oshino, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for a power-packed masterclass.
Thank you very much.
I think I had already initially messaged either on Instagram or WhatsApp telling you about the kind of career I'm in now. I have like about 5 to 6 years experience in health. I'm a regulatory pharmacist. So the kind of job I have,
I think
I've gotten.
I don't know where maybe my clarity session, but I think, I must have
I think I chatted with you on Instagram, but briefly. So I realized that the kind of work I do, it's not like a pharmacist that works in the community pharmacy or the hospital. So because of the administrative work, the administrative sector that I am, because I'm an social and administrative pharmacist, a regulatory pharmacist, I kind of have experience, I would say, in maybe some kind of coordination or management, you know. So even now, I'm part of a committee that is organizing a workshop for pharmacists. So I realized that some organizational skills are coming into play. So initially, I was thinking maybe the GOP is what I need, but I definitely know that I need the WFS. So I have already zeroed my mind that I will do the WFS. However, I realized that if I do the WFS and decide to take maybe one of the technical programs like project management, because my personality showed that project management would be good for me, I realized that I will not be achieving my goal because my work is very stressful. It's very demanding. My 9 to 5 I'm occupied. So I might not be able to give my all for a remote job. It will my normal work will be because I actually love my job because I am having so many. It's just, I have the opportunity, the kind of department I have the opportunity to work with people that you might not even ever see if you're in the healthcare industry. So, but I know that if I decide to get a remote job that is maybe health project management and one that is probably high paying, it will be demanding. It will be competing with my work. So my question is, I now said, okay, should I do the WFS and go for a smaller kind of job, like maybe health virtual assistant, just to launch myself into the remote job. Then later on, when I gather all the remote skills I need and have the experience, I can go for GOP, where I know the GOP is where you attract. You don't go looking, you attract. So I just needed some clarity on that also.
So basically, your challenge is that you will not have time for your day's job if you go full-time into another career path. That is what I hear you say.
Yes. Yes.
So if that is your challenge, you want to gain the experience of remote job without necessarily the heaviness of it.
Yeah.
If that is the challenge, but you need to get the experience of remote work now.
Yes.
In all honesty, if someone is going to hire you for your role,
yes,
I would rather hire someone that has done volunteering work remotely in the role that they want to use to work for me than hire a virtual assistant that has worked remotely. Because I need to know that you can work remotely in the thing that you want to do for me. So it's okay, but
yes,
will it be my first choice? I would rather go for the volunteering route or the internship route. You heard me say what Hope did, like just to have the job title of a project manager who has worked remotely. She did that for 1 month and it is on her CV to say, I have done this.
Yes. I was also thinking of the volunteering at the end of the training session.
Instead of just saying virtual, I want to work remotely, virtual assistant. Whether you work remotely or on-site, virtual assistant is still the virtual assistant job. That doesn't change it. So use one bird to kill two stones. That'll be one stone to kill two birds, meaning work virtually, but in the thing that you eventually need. So if it is a volunteering position, you can afford to, I don't know if you've taken the BFS. If you've not, take the BFS, then use that knowledge, whatever, to do, what's it called? A volunteering that is not demanding. Because most volunteering will probably ask for 4 hours of your time. That way you have checked 2 things off your CV. That would be my recommendations.
Yes, because I was thinking, okay, if I do the WFS, I can volunteer in maybe health product management.
Yeah.
Because my experience actually spans so many different things. I can even be in project management. I probably can be in and do the virtual assistant. I can do the program coordinate. So I can try to do volunteering in a niche that is health in any of these
I agree with
Um,
you. I
yes,
agree with you. Thank you very
before
much.
I launch.
Mhm.
Thank you, ma.
So
And
we will,
sorry, I wanted asking, for example, if I do have the WFS and I want to do all this volunteering and I'm done with that and I'm ready to go and apply for actual, does my LinkedIn matter at that moment? How
it
I
does matter.
position myself?
It does
Okay.
matter. For everybody, categories of people, it was a requirement.
Yes.
Like it was a given. Can you see prepare career
Okay.
assets? It is not, it's not a, it's not, it's just it's a requirement. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's yes, please.
Okay, ma.
So I'm going to ask Wale or Shino what to
Thank you,
please
ma.
unmute. Thank you. Please let's keep this question under 2 minutes because I was only going to take in before, but I saw that maybe I said that we had taken just the last 2 questions. 3 other people raised up their hand. I'm not sure we can cover those other 3 people, but please let's go ahead. Wale or Shino, 2 minutes. We need to round up this session. It's already too long. It's past 4 hours.
Good evening, Coach.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for the session. I'm very grateful. So my question is a fast one. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
All right. So what I just wanted to ask, I'm an entrepreneur and I've been an entrepreneur for about 13 years. So for a while, I was taking courses on customer service and business analysis. I took about 5 days training from Enoika. So although she has other programs that are more intensive that I'm supposed to take, but then on my LinkedIn, I wrote customer service slash business analysis. So I want to find out if it's possible to transition without completing those long courses, because I noticed I've been applying to jobs like that and there's no basic relevant experience to those job titles. So I just wanted to find out if I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, you are not. Many people smash titles on their LinkedIn. People don't hire you for titles. People don't hire you for titles. Everybody can claim expert customer service. The question is, who is actually an expert in it? And I would know. One of the things I teach on GOP is how to craft your headline in such a way that people see value and they see it and they see value. What is value? I need to know you've done it and you've gotten results. Simple and short. I do not care if you put expert customer service. It's that basic. And that is how recruiters look at it. So whenever I give advice, I look from a recruiter's lens. I do not care if you have experts 3 times written, they put the title in front of it. They do not care because everybody can say they are an expert. Somebody will learn on Coursera today, will learn on YouTube today, will come and say they are customer service experts. What makes you experts? I need to see results. If there are no results, I ain't doing this. Okay? So you're not doing the right thing. For you to be classified as that, you need to speak to the experience you have. Full stop. And experience comes with results. That is why I don't take people that don't have experience on my GOP. With experience comes results. Show receipts. If you cannot show receipts, what are we doing here? Titles don't get you the jobs. Experience, like receipts. Because why? Value to me is the fact that you can deliver what you say you're going to deliver. If you can't, it doesn't matter how many titles you smash. I've seen 10 titles on people's LinkedIn and nothing happens. It doesn't work. Take it from me. It doesn't work. You need to go learn when you need to go learn.
All right. Thank you so much.
Oluwatosin.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, I would like thank you so much for this session. It has been quite impactful. And I would like to ask this question based on my personality test that I took the other time. The results it gave me was being an architect. And looking at the fact that I've been a salesperson from in financial institution for about 5 years now. So trying to transition into tech to be able to position myself into getting a remote job globally. So, and with the personality tests that I took, and it brought about the architect thing. So kind of brought a little confusion. Please, can I get a clarity on, okay, how can I navigate it, and which career path will I be able to put it into? Thank you.
I'm not really sure I have a perfect answer for you now. I may need to think through.
Okay.
Because you say you've done sales in finance.
Yes, in financial institutions, with a bank and also with a brokerage firm in the past, then also with a luxury firm as well.
So whoever has done sales or marketing may try in products, because again, the entire product development and everything is about how it goes to market and eventually sells. So you may understand customer psychology because you've been in sales and everything. But you may also not be a creative person. So if you're not a creative person, like you don't like to create, products may not work. So maybe I should ask you a question. Are you a creative person? Do you like to create stuff? Like, are you a
No.
So products may not work. So I do not have an answer for you, but please just drop this on the group. I'll think through it and have an answer for you, because when you say you're an architect, that's not like most likely you're not entrepreneurial. So in my head, I'm thinking through how do you take that experience and use it in an adjacent career path. I would have to try into it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll drop the message.
Raima, please go ahead. We need to exit this meeting now. Raima, please go ahead.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the session. It was very enlightening and impactful. My question is actually, my background is pure and applied chemistry, but I didn't have the opportunity on that field. I've been on customers, administration role, executive assistant, and for the past 6 months now, I've been working as a project coordinator. So based on the program you recommended, I don't know which one to go for exactly. I'm a little bit, I don't know which one to go for, whether it's
all the exercises that you did at the beginning today will lead you to what you need to go for. Because there's always a criteria. Yeah, that criteria, when you did it, what did it lead you to?
Okay, the personality test.
The personality test, the streaming down of industries, like all those exercises that then before we went to LinkedIn, where did it lead you to?
Commander.
No, not just your personality test, because apart from your personality test, things like your interest, your past experience will come into play. So
okay, that experience. Okay, I work as a customer service in the past. I work as executive assistant in the past. Now in project coordinator.
So what it means is you have had things with organization and all those things. So the ideal place for you to go might then be the project management, because of all your assistant. When you're assistant, you're doing all those organizational stuff. You've done project assistant, all those things. So like it's, for me, I'll just say slide into project management in the tech space, because it's you have probably done a bit of organization here and there, which is one of the most important things in project management.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Now, lastly, which is the last question we are taking for tonight. Please, every other question, you can drop it on the group. I'll probably find time to do a 1 or 2 hour Q&A on maybe Monday, this thing. So please, Dima, please ask your question. If you have questions around the offer, please ask in the group. Also note that it is expiring on 25th of May. And yeah, Dima, please unmute yourself. Wadima, please unmute yourself. We need to round this off tonight. You are not muting yourself, so I'm assuming you have to ask your question in the community. Thank you very much, everybody, for being part of this amazing. It's been a 4.5 hours of this thing. And please let me know how the session was on this community. If you have any questions, please ask. I'll find 2 hours or maybe Monday evening to take the ones that my team. So if there's anyone for me, they will let me know. They will screenshot it to me and I'll drop an answer for it. Thank you so much, everybody. I will allow you to unmute yourself now. Everybody, you can then unmute yourself to this thing. If you have any questions, our WhatsApp number, Moina has dropped it in the comment section. Yeah, you can check everything out in the comment section, okay? So I think I'm going to allow everybody to unmute yourself and say good night. Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night. Good night. Have an amazing evening.
Good night,
Doctor.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Good
It
night,
was so
Doctor.
interactive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night, Doctor. Bye, everyone.
Try to. Masterclass. Mm.